Chapter 1633. In the forest there were towering trees everywhere. Dozens of people might not even be able to wrap their arms around them. They were thousands of feet tall and were extremely shocking. There were enormous tree vines that were like horned dragons coiling around the towering trees. This was an ancient forest that had existed for who knew how many years. Although the fog in the forest was much less, it was still white and misty. Runes flashed in the distance from time to time. What is this place? Du Xiaofu was in the forest and was sure that this forest was not normal. There was a cold and frightening aura in the air. If one's primordial spirit was not strong enough, one would not be able to detect it. What a strange place! Du Xiaofu was surprised to find that this primordial forest consumed a lot of celestial qi and primordial spirit power. However, he did not know how wide this forest was. If he wanted to take a detour, he did not know how much time it would take. After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and decided to go deeper. However, he was careful and secretly activated his immortal Xian body. For several hours, Du Xiaofu carefully went deeper and deeper. He did not encounter any danger. After passing through this primordial forest, I should be able to get close to the center of the divine domain. Du Xiaofu murmured. From what Qi Yeshi had told him about the general situation of the god domain, he had been traveling at an extremely fast speed these past few days and hadn't wasted any time. After passing through this primeval forest, he should be able to reach the depths of the god domain. Du Xiaofu continued to go deeper. The deeper he went, the thicker the fog. Using his primordial spirit to spy on things also consumed his primordial spirit power more and more. It would also make him feel tired and weak. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit power and celestial qi were both vast and vast. Therefore, he was not a big problem. However, he did not dare to squander it and was very careful. Du Xiaofu did not dare to get lost in this forest. Otherwise, he did not know how long he would have to wander around in this forest before he could get out. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was a fluctuation in the air. A white stream of light flashed and rushed toward Du Xiaofu. Boom! Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve and immediately flapped the sky-shaking wings. Golden light burst out, dazzling and bright, and dispersed the surrounding fog. Bang! A resplendent white beast appeared, revealing its sharp fangs. It was only the size of a rabbit and was immediately sent flying. Swish, swish, whooshing sounds immediately rang out from all directions, rushing towards Du Xiaofu from all directions. Crash! Du Xiaofu's body was suddenly surrounded by purple flames, which turned into a wave of blazing purple flames that swept out. It was as if the shadow of a purple flame demonic phoenix was flapping its wings. The purple flames engulfed the surrounding towering trees. However, the strange thing was that these towering trees did not seem to be ordinary trees. They were not destroyed immediately. The strange fog in the air was able to isolate and weaken the energy. Creak, creak, however, as the purple flames swept out, strange squeaking sounds could be heard from the surroundings. Those strange beasts were sent flying and then fled in panic, disappearing in an instant. Everything happened abruptly, but it disappeared in an instant, as if it had never happened. What strange thing is that? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Even he had not seen clearly what kind of strange thing it was. It seemed to be a rat. It was very strange and unbelievably fast. It's dangerous. Be careful. Du Xiaofu became even more careful. This primeval forest was too strange. Bang bang, in the open space of the forest shrouded in fog, there were strange rocks all around. From the cracks of the strange rocks, many ferocious beasts leaped out from time to time. These beasts were dazzling white and looked ferocious. They had 4 limbs and sharp fangs. They were the size of rabbits and looked like rats. Although their small bodies were small, their auras were vigorous. They were densely packed and there were thousands of them. There were many corpses of the beasts around, covering the open space. The strange beasts climbed on the corpses of their companions and surrounded the three girls in the open space. They bared their fangs and their eyes were scarlet. They let out strange squeaking sounds that could affect the primordial spirit. The three girls stood back to back and looked around vigilantly. Their expressions were serious. Their clothes were stained with blood and shrouded in light. Their hair was a little messy, and they seemed to be in a sorry state. The two girls were delicate and pretty. If they were in the outside world, they would definitely be extraordinary. Although they were not devastatingly beautiful, they would at least be famous. Among the three, it was obvious that the leader was a girl. Her skin was white and there was a hint of pink in her snow-white skin. It was as if water could be wrung out of her skin. She was beautiful and moving. "Miss, these cloud-swallowing wolf shrews are too scary. What should we do?" A delicate girl's face turned pale. In this primeval forest, they could not escape. These strange cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were endless. They did not know how many were left. "Protect yourselves. Fight and retreat." The leader's eyes were like water, as if she did not eat the food of mortals. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but her eyes were filled with a mysterious radiance. It was ethereal and gorgeous like fireworks. Squeak, squeak! The cloud-swallowing wolf shrews launched their next wave of attacks. The strange squeaking sounds resounded in the void as they pounced in all directions. These cloud-swallowing wolf shrews' mouths could protrude sharp light blades that could cut through the void. Those deep fangs could easily bite through a person's defense and bite a bloody hole in their body. There are too many of these evil beasts. We can't kill them all. We are in big trouble. The two delicate girls shouted and attacked with all their might. They even used their pulse spirits and martial veins. The two girls' pulse spirits were resplendent butterflies that could tear through the void with a flap of their wings. They were very powerful and filled with pressure. But at this moment, the two girls were attacking with all their might, but they were still unable to kill a bloody path out of the encirclement of thousands of cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. Moreover, this primeval forest was filled with these strange demonic beasts. There was no way to escape. Bang bang! The two girls attacked with all their might and shattered many of the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews into a bloody mist. Those demonic beasts that were close to them were shattered until their skin and flesh were torn apart. But they couldn't withstand the size of the demonic beast. Their defense became more and more strenuous. There were already demonic beasts that were tearing at their defense. It was very strange that they could devour their celestial chi. The leading girl was also attacking with all her might. She had a cloud sleeve treasure in her hand that was very powerful. When she waved it, purple mist filled the air with the sound of wind and thunder. Although she was surrounded by the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews and her expression was slightly serious, she didn't panic at all. With a sweep of her cloud sleeve, the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews around her were shattered into a bloody mist. But they didn't know how long they had been fighting. In this primeval forest, even moving normally consumed a lot of celestial chi and primordial spirit power, let alone fighting fiercely. These cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were not affected at all. At this moment, the three girls were also finding it more and more strenuous. Gradually, they couldn't hold on, and their faces became pale. "Are we really going to die here and start all over again?" a delicate girl said. Although her butterfly pulse spirit had turned into a true spirit, it was still heavily injured at this moment, causing her to vomit blood. "I'm just afraid that these cloud-swallowing wolf shrews will devour our bodies. In the end, we can only rely on our life-saving talismans to escape from our primordial spirit," the leading girl said. She was using all her strength to protect the two girls beside her. So disgusting. Hearing the leading girl's words, the two delicate girls immediately felt nauseous. Thinking about how these ferocious demonic beasts would eat their bodies, swim around their smooth bodies, and devour their flesh and blood, they couldn't help but want to vomit. Squeak! Suddenly, an extremely special squeaking sound came from the void. It was much sharper than the strange squeaking of the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews, and could penetrate through space. Hearing this sound, the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews that were pouncing towards them immediately stopped and looked at the misty void. Whoosh whoosh, then, the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews immediately retreating into the craggy rock crevice, disappearing at an extremely fast speed. Why are they all leaving? The cloud-swallowing wolf shrews retreated, causing the three girls to be surprised. Then, the two delicate girls directly sat down on the rocks behind them that seemed to be relatively clean. Their swords were stabbed into the ground as support, and they didn't care about their appearances. They were constantly panting, clearly exhausted to the extreme. They had used up all their energy. Take the pills. We can't stay here for long, the leading girl said, handing the pills to the two girls. She also stuffed a few pills filled with rich energy into her pale mouth. She circulated her cultivation method to speed up her recovery. Otherwise, it would be a huge crisis in this primordial forest. Suddenly, the leading girl who had just taken the pills immediately looked towards the depths of the clouds. Her beautiful eyes were filled with vigilance and sharpness. She shouted, "Who is it? No need to hide. Could it be that those strange rats have returned?" The two girls who had just sat down and panted immediately stood up, looking nervous. "Don't be nervous. I only heard the sound and came here. It's not a demonic beast." The voice came out from the depths of the mountain forest in the vast fog. A figure in purple gradually walked out. He was 26 or 27 years old, and his face was resolute and determined. This young man walked out, imperceptibly exuding a very comfortable feeling. His face was even more charming if one looked closely. His eyes were clear and deep. Seeing the young man in front of them appear, the two delicate girls breathed a sigh of relief. It was only one person. The girl on the left even said softly, "You scared me to death. I thought that the terrifying cloud-swallowing wolf shrews had returned." The other girl said, "I thought that guy had chased after us again. He is even more terrifying than these cloud-swallowing wolf shrews." Chapter 1634. But at this moment, looking at Du Xiaofu, the leading lady's eyes trembled violently as a look of surprise appeared on her face. Then, the leading lady's expression became introverted, but she was secretly nervous and vigilant. But when she looked at Du Xiaofu, a complicated look appeared in her eyes. "Who are you?" the beautiful lady on the left asked Du Xiaofu. Sensing that this man didn't have any dangerous aura, her expression relaxed quite a bit. "You don't recognize me?" Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched as he looked at the lady in front of him. He then smiled and said, "Battle God, the invincible battle God. Who would have such a name?" The other beautiful lady obviously didn't believe him, as she looked at Du Xiaofu suspiciously. "I'm really the invincible battle god," Du Xiaofu said with certainty. "Okay, let's continue," the two ladies beside the leading lady said, as if they didn't want to be too close to Du Xiaofu. "Miss, but we've been lost for a few days already. We don't know how to leave this strange place. If we continue, we'll be lost." One of the beautiful ladies frowned. The three of them had been lost in this strange place for a few days already. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get out. Also, the cloud-devouring wolf shrew would appear from time to time. "Look for it slowly, we can't stay here forever." The leading lady frowned slightly. She also couldn't find an effective way. Being trapped in the misty forest, she was helpless. "Are you guys also trapped?" Du Xiaofu asked. He had also been trapped for a day. The deeper he went into this ancient forest, the more he felt like he was in a vast ocean. He couldn't even differentiate between north, south, east, and west. In the entire strange forest, even sunlight couldn't be seen. It was impossible to tell the direction. "You're also trapped here, right? This place is too strange, it's impossible to get out." The delicate and pretty girl on the left looked at Du Xiaofu and sized him up. She seemed to be younger than the other girl. She curiously asked, "But aren't you the invincible battle god? Why can't you leave now?" "I'm invincible. That has nothing to do with this strange forest." Du Xiaofu pursed his lips and looked around. Looking at the dense corpses of the demonic beasts on the ground, he asked, "What are these things?" Du Xiaofu had encountered these strange demonic beasts several times, but he didn't recognize them. Even the Heavenly Spirit record didn't have any records of them. It was very strange. The attacking power of these demonic beasts was not particularly terrifying, but there were too many of them. They were silent in this strange forest, and their speed was unbelievably fast. They were extremely difficult to deal with. The woman in the lead hesitated for a moment before explaining to Du Xiaofu, "This is a cloud-swallowing wolf shrew. It comes from ancient times and is a remnant of ancient monsters. You shouldn't be able to see it in the outside world. I've once read about it in an unofficial history book. They aren't ferocious, but once their territory is invaded, they will violently attack. They won't stop until they're dead. These remnant ancient monsters seem to be affected by something in the divine domain. Those below the beast domain realm basically don't have high intelligence and can't transform. These things are really troublesome. They probably think this strange forest is their territory." Du Xiaofu frowned. In this strange forest, these cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were really an extremely troublesome existence. Suddenly Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. His aura immediately surged. Zi activated the immortal Xian body, and purple arcs of lightning secretly overflowed. Squeak, squeak. All of a sudden, strange squeaking noises rang out from the void again. They were densely packed and came from all directions. "Not good, why are they here again?" The two pretty women's faces immediately turned pale. The expression of the woman in the lead also changed abruptly. Squeak, squeak. The ear-piercing squeaks that affected the primordial spirit whistled in all directions. The towering trees swayed, the ground shook, and light surged out from the cracks of the strange rocks in the surroundings. Walala, then, under the shocked and vigilant gazes of the four, countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews swarmed in from all directions. On the cliff, on the towering trees, on the open ground, and on the corpses of the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews in the surroundings. At this moment, the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were crawling everywhere. Their fangs were sharp, and their eyes were scarlet red. Their bodies were filled with white light, and they seemed to be able to merge with the vast white fog. "Why are there so many of them?" The younger pretty woman's face had already turned pale. There were so many cloud-swallowing wolf shrews, and there were more than 10 times more than before. They were so densely packed that it was terrifying. The body of the beautiful woman in the lead was filled with light. She held a cloud-sleeve treasure in her hand. Looking at the densely packed cloud-swallowing wolf shrews in the surroundings, her expression was solemn. But then, her gaze fell on Du Xiaofu intentionally or unintentionally. "There are really so many of them." At this moment, the densely packed cloud-swallowing wolf shrews made Du Xiaofu frown. There was no way to kill them all. It would be very easy to exhaust them. Then, Du Xiaofu looked at the woman in the lead. He seemed to have a familiar feeling. In the end, his gaze fell on the cloud-sleeve treasure in the woman's hand. His eyes lit up. That was definitely a precious treasure. Compared to the heavenly dragon cover, Taihang Mountain, and other semi-sage tools, it was definitely not inferior in terms of pressure. "Is there any way?" Seeing Du Xiaofu staring at the treasure in her hand, the beautiful woman couldn't help but secretly clench her fists a little. She knew that this guy's reputation had never been good. She had heard of him snatching treasures more than once or twice. Now that the Demon King didn't recognize her, she also pretended that she didn't know him. "There is no way. We can think of a way to avoid them." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. There were too many of these cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. There was no point in killing them all. Moreover, it would cause him to exhaust too much energy. Retreating was the wisest choice. "If you want to run, then run. Don't make it sound so elegant. Didn't you say that you can't win?" The younger woman fiercely glared at Du Xiaofu. She slightly pouted her pale lips and said, "One look and I can tell that you are bragging. I hate men like you the most." If you don't fight, you won't lose. If you don't lose, you won't win. Don't you understand? Du Xiaofu glared at the woman and coughed twice. You are still so stubborn. Let's see what you can do later. These cloud-swallowing wolf shrews are extremely difficult to deal with. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Be careful. Be vigilant. The older woman also secretly rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. Then, she reminded the woman beside her to be prepared. Squeak, squeak, an exceptionally sharp squeak rang out. The cloud-swallowing wolf shrews in the surroundings immediately raised their heads and howled. The sound was ear-piercing, and their eyes became more and more dazzling. Their bodies were covered with runes, and then, they charged towards Du Xiaofu and the three women. Don't let them come close. The leading woman spoke. She activated the cloud sleeve treasure in her hand, enveloping a large area of space in order to block those cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. The other two women immediately acted as well. Many of the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews exploded in the sound of energy. Squeak, squeak, Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve. Purple flames surged in the surroundings. The scorching temperature incinerated everything. Even the air was incinerated into nothingness. The approaching cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were all destroyed into nothingness. Numerous cloud-swallowing wolf shrews screamed miserably as they were incinerated in the purple flames. In an instant they were reduced to nothingness. The two beautiful women were shocked and surprised. However, at this moment, there were still countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews charging towards Du Xiaofu. They carried a strong aura and were not afraid of death. From the surrounding forest, from the cracks in the strange rocks, from the towering trees, and even from the cracks in the ground, more and more cloud-swallowing wolf shrews began to appear. They covered the sky and covered the earth. The degree of terror was beyond one's imagination. It made one's heart tremble and one's hair stand on end. Ah, they are coming out from the ground. The two beautiful women began to panic. They were in a mess. From the towering trees in the surroundings, there were still countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews diving down from the sky. This was simply a disaster. There was no way to kill them. If one was trapped, there was no way to escape. Why are there so many of them? The beautiful woman was also shocked. Although she had frequently encountered these cloud-swallowing wolf shrews a few days ago, and they were also densely packed, it was definitely not like now. At this moment, the sky and the ground were densely packed with cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. This was too terrifying. They could even exhaust people to death. Bang, 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 the three women were already using all their strength to resist, and low explosive sounds continuously exploded. Du Xiaofu's entire body was wrapped in purple flames, and he was currently unharmed. Although these cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were densely packed and strange, it was not easy for them to truly do anything to Du Xiaofu. Squeak, squeak, an exceptionally sharp squeaking sound once again resounded through the sky. The ground began to loosen, revealing cracks. Rumble, following that, a dozen or so cloud-swallowing wolf shrews the size of tigers appeared from the surroundings. They were dozens to hundreds of times larger than normal cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. These dozen or so cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were incomparably sturdy. Their bodies were covered in resplendent runes, and they erupted with a terrifying aura that could distort the surrounding space. The hairs on their bodies stood on end like hedgehogs, and they were incomparably sharp, adding to their ferocity. What a powerful aura! Are these shrew kings? The two beautiful women also felt the fierce aura on the bodies of the dozen or so exceptionally sturdy cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. That sharp hissing sound already caused their primordial spirits to feel a piercing pain. It was definitely abnormally terrifying. Squeak, squeak, when the dozen or so exceptionally large and fierce cloud-swallowing wolf shrews appeared, the countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews in the surroundings became even more violent. They even pounced towards the four of them without any fear of death. Whoosh, whoosh, as for the dozen or so large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews, they did not stay idle and immediately charged towards the four of them. Swish, 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews charged into the purple flames around Du Xiaofu's body. They were actually able to withstand the terrifying temperature of the purple flames. Squeak squeak, these large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews released the same vast mist and runes as the strange primeval forest. They were able to isolate the temperature of the purple flames as they tore at Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. Their sharp, cold fangs seemed to be able to tear through everything. Chapter 1635. Bang! 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 Du Xiaofu's mind stirred, and 3 purple flame pillars shot out from the purple flames around his body. In a split second, they directly engulfed the 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. Poochie, with 3 muffled sounds, the 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were sent flying, crashing into the rocks, shattering many of the huge rocks into dust. They spat out dark red blood, but immediately crawled out, looking at Du Xiaofu with fear. So strong. At this moment, the one who was surprised was Du Xiaofu. Although he did not use his full strength just now, the power just now was enough to kill an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator. However, the 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews did not seem to be in much danger, which made Du Xiaofu somewhat surprised. These cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were really difficult to deal with, and their defense was also very strong. Squeak squeak! The other 10 or so large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews all pounced towards the other 3 women. Walala, the moving woman waved the cloud sleeve treasure in her hand. Divine light shone resplendently and its power was impressive. It enveloped the surrounding space and protected the 2 women beside her. However, she was already in a bit of a mess. Coupled with the fact that she was already on the verge of exhaustion, if the moving woman did not have the cloud sleeve treasure in her hand, she would not have been able to hold on. The 2 delicate and pretty girls were in an even more sorry state. They waved the treasured swords in their hands and killed the countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews around them. The 10 or so large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews had already been blocked by the alluring woman alone. However, the endless number of cloud-swallowing wolf shrews was not something that the 2 delicate and pretty women could withstand. Du Xiaofu's mind spied on his surroundings. The current situation was very abnormal. These cloud-swallowing wolf shrews seemed to be rioting, as if their entire nest was on the move. He had never seen these strange and troublesome large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews before. Squeak squeak! The sharp piercing sound rang out once again. Du Xiaofu's gaze immediately turned to the pile of strange rocks in front of him. Du Xiaofu looked over. At this moment, a cloud-swallowing wolf shrew the size of a small water buffalo had quietly appeared. This was the largest cloud-swallowing wolf shrew. Its entire body was pure white and crystal clear. Its silver-white fur stood upright like a hedgehog, but its eyes were a little scarlet. However, the aura of this silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew was much more ferocious and terrifying than the dozen large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. That battle god is undefeatable. Aren't you going all out now? Otherwise, we'll all be in big trouble. We have life-saving talismans, but you don't. The alluring woman said to Du Xiaofu, using the cloud sleeve treasure in her hand to resist with all her might. Creak creak creak! At this moment, the 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews that had been sent flying by Du Xiaofu continued to charge towards Du Xiaofu without fear of death after hearing the hiss of the largest silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew. Okay, as you wish. I'm the battle god, undefeatable. Just as the 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews bared their fangs and charged towards him, the purple flames around Du Xiaofu's body instantly changed. A purple lightning burst out from his body, turning into 3 lightning bolts that tore through the air. The 3 purple lightning bolts pierced through the void, revealing pitch-black cracks in the void and carrying a murderous aura. The moment that terrifying aura filled the air, the scarlet eyes of the 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews revealed an instinctive fear. Bang bang bang! The 3 lightning bolts exploded, and purple lightning arcs surged in the void. Then, the 3 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews that were charging towards Du Xiaofu were directly killed by the 3 purple lightning bolts. Crackle! Purple lightning bolts wrapped around his body, and purple lightning runes surged around him. Wherever Du Xiaofu's figure passed, the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews in the surroundings would directly explode and be destroyed by the purple lightning. Wow, so he's so powerful! The 2 delicate and pretty girls also felt this scene and were instantly astonished. But then, the younger girl saw that Du Xiaofu seemed to be leaping away and exclaimed, "Is he trying to escape by himself? This is too shameful." Du Xiaofu's figure flashed across the sky and appeared on the pile of strange rocks. Squeak, squeak! At this moment, the 10 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews that were originally blocked by the beautiful girl seemed to have sensed something. They immediately squeaked and gave up on the beautiful girl without hesitation. At the same time, they turned into a dozen white bolts, carrying a terrifying aura, and charged towards Du Xiaofu from behind with full force. Du Xiaofu didn't look back. At this moment, he just shook his right arm and opened his 5 fingers. Purple lightning bolts filled his hand, and purple lightning runes intertwined with each other. The bright lightning bolts were like a purple sun, and finally turned into a thunderstorm, enveloping the 10 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. Buzz, buzz! The 10 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews weren't killed, but they were struck by lightning and immediately fell from the sky, vomiting blood at the same time. Squeak, squeak! But at this moment, a bright silver light exploded. The largest silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew on the pile of strange rocks moved. Bright silver light erupted from its body, and as if it had turned into a pure white moon, it even gave off a sacred feeling. Enveloped by runes and mist, the cloud-swallowing wolf shrew emitted a divine light. A terrifying aura wasn't suppressed in the divine domain, and directly reached the peak of the sealed beast realm. It charged towards Du Xiaofu with lightning speed. Swish, swish! The silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew spat out bright white light from its mouth, which turned into countless sharp needles of light that could pierce through the void and destroy everything. The peak of the sealed beast realm. That must be the king of the cloud-swallowing wolf shrew. These ancient demon beasts aren't suppressed in the divine domain. The slightly older delicate and pretty girl cried out in alarm. That largest silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew was too powerful and terrifying. Boom! Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, his body wrapped in lightning. Purple arcs of lightning circled around him, making him appear even more extraordinary and majestic. The purple arcs of lightning were like rainbows, sweeping in all directions. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, distorting the void, accompanied by a vast and domineering aura of execution. Squeak! The silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew seemed to have sensed something at this moment. Its body trembled, and fear appeared in its eyes. That terrifying aura of execution was too terrifying. It was the might of a supreme being, and it wanted to immediately retreat. But it was all too late. The bright purple lightning had already enveloped the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew. The purple lightning talisman runes rushed down, destroying the mist and light around its body, and directly smashing its body down. So powerful! The 2 girls in the distance were dumbfounded, and their mouths were dry. Bang, bang, bang! The silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew's body crashed into the pile of rocks, shattering many of them, and spitting out blood. Whoosh! But the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew was very cunning. It then took advantage of the momentum to explode with white light, releasing a vast mist, as if it wanted to merge with the space. It actually directly entered the ground, wanting to escape immediately, and did not dare to stay any longer. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and spied with his mind. Not even the slightest movement could escape his detection. He had long since made preparations, so how could he possibly allow the largest cloud-swallowing wolf shrew to escape? Stay here. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, and the lightning covered the sky and exploded, razing the surrounding area to the ground. The silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew was directly blasted out of the ground. Chi-La, at the same time, Du Xiaofu's figure swept over like lightning. It was impossible for anyone at the same level to compare with the speed of the rock. It was like a series of afterimages that merged with the space, like a human-shaped rock spreading its wings to the sky. He stretched out one hand, and a lightning claw distorted the void, grabbing the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew's body like lightning, imprisoning the surrounding void. Squeak, squeak! At this moment, the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew's body could no longer move an inch. It hissed in a strange voice, and the sound was ear-piercing, causing the countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews below to riot. Squeak, squeak! Immediately, under the leadership of more than 10 large cloud-swallowing wolf shrews, the fearless wolf shrews that blotted out the sky and covered the earth all soared into the sky, directly besieging Du Xiaofu from the sky and the ground. No more wolf shrews attacked the three girls. At this moment, the countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews that blotted out the sky and covered the earth like locusts, screeching in a strange voice, all of them pounced towards Du Xiaofu from the sky and the ground. The surrounding void was filled with countless terrifying auras that shook this strange, ancient forest. Countless scarlet eyes shot out and sharp fangs were revealed. This scene made the three girls suck in a breath of cold air. How terrifying was that! Bang, bang, bang! But at this moment, Du Xiaofu was surrounded by purple electric arcs, and all the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews that approached were directly blasted down, unable to get close to Du Xiaofu at all. Squeak, squeak! The silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew was imprisoned, and its blood essence seemed to be burning all over its body. Its power rose sharply, and the white fog and mysterious talisman patterns were shining brightly. It used its extreme strength to try to escape. But it was all too late. It was unable to break free at all. Its scarlet eyes revealed fear, and a voice said, "Human, let me go, and we will mind our own business. I will not deal with you any more." "It's too late," Du Xiaofu spoke. He did not believe in the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. Once they escaped to the ground, they would be like dragons in the sea, and it would be difficult to deal with them again. Boom! When the voice was heard, a supreme pressure spread out from Du Xiaofu's palm, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. There were silver-yellow electric arcs that suddenly erupted, and the roars of dragons and tigers, and the roars of lions and phoenixes were heard. Roar! A terrifying aura burst out, and the sound made the countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews tremble in fear. Their attacks also stopped. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's palm was covered with a mysterious seal, and the shadow of a golden-winged rock appeared. It was shining with golden light, and silver-yellow electric arcs flickered. A monstrous pressure spread out from it. When this monstrous pressure descended, it contained a kind of pressure that all beasts could not resist. This kind of pressure came from the souls of all beasts, and from within their bloodlines. Squeak, squeak! At this instant, the cloud-swallowing wolves and shrews that covered the heavens and the earth in the surroundings let out strange howls. Their beast souls trembled violently while their scarlet-red eyes revealed shock, and they prostrated themselves on the ground and didn't dare attack any longer. The silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew was filled with fear at this moment. That terrifying pressure made its beast soul tremble. That was the descent of a supreme beast. Its entire body was trembling, and it was completely suppressed. Blood-soul seal. Amidst the cries of the dragons, phoenixes, lions, and tigers, Du Xiaofu's hand seal fell directly between the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew's eyebrows. Accompanied by the supreme beast's pressure, it turned into a ball of golden light. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's hand seals formed one after another. Runes lingered on his body, and rays of extremely strange and mysterious light fell between the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew's eyebrows one after another. Gradually, the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew that was struggling with all its might closed its scarlet eyes, and the hair on its body began to shrink. At this moment, even the countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews in the surroundings began to quiet down, and they all began to prostrate themselves meekly in the surroundings. Beast Control Technique. In just a moment, Du Xiaofu's last hand seal formed, and a dazzling golden light swept into the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew's eyebrows like lightning. In the next second, the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew's tightly shut eyes opened again. The scarlet color in its eyes had disappeared, and it became extremely docile. Its body prostrated, and the moonlight fluctuated, and the fog rippled. It said respectfully, "Greetings, master." Squeak, squeak. At the same time, countless cloud-swallowing wolf shrews in the surroundings began to squeak, and they were also surrendering. Coo-coo. In the distance, the two delicate and pretty girls were already dumbfounded. They were flabbergasted, and they swallowed their saliva. The scene in front of them had already completely shocked them. The depths of the charming girl's eyes were also surging with waves at this moment. Fortunately, it worked. In the air, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and heaved a sigh of relief. Du Xiaofu was originally a little worried that his beast control technique would be useless against these ancient demon beasts. At this moment, it seemed that he was overly worried. He could already control the wolf shrew. Chapter 1636. Can you bring me out of this forest? Du Xiaofu asked the cloud-swallowing wolf shrew. He had also lost his way in this ancient forest. Therefore, Du Xiaofu did not intend to let the silver cloud-swallowing wolf shrew go. He wanted to use this opportunity to walk out of this ancient forest. These cloud-swallowing wolf shrews would definitely not get lost. This misty cloud forest is our territory. There are many dangers inside, but I can bring you out safely. The silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf, Swan and I, said respectfully. Phew. Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he ordered the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew to make the densely packed cloud-swallowing wolf shrews leave. He also found out that the silver-white cloud-swallowing wolf shrew was indeed the king of this nest of cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. In this divine domain, ancient demon beasts below the beast domain realm didn't have any intelligence. They couldn't even transform. However, this silver wolf shrew had already reached the peak of beast domain realm. In the end, it transformed into a woman wearing a silver dress. She looked very young and wasn't very tall. However, her appearance wasn't as ferocious as the shrew's original form. Although she wasn't very attractive, at least she looked very comfortable. However, when she spoke, her mouth revealed 2 rat teeth. From now on, I'll call you Yunsher, Du Xiaofu said. Then, he landed beside the attractive woman and the other 2 girls and said, I'm the invincible war god. I didn't lie to you, right? We can leave now. You're actually so strong. The younger girl swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared blankly at Du Xiaofu. She still felt like she was sucking in a breath of cold air. Of course I'm very strong. Du Xiaofu patted his chest. He was confident that he was very strong. He asked the 3 girls, I still don't know who you are. What's your name? The younger girl opened her mouth but was interrupted by the attractive woman. She said to Du Xiaofu, We're from a small place in Kyushu. Even if I tell you, you might not know. They're my personal maids. Their names are Big Lan and Little Lan. My surname is Su. Miss Su. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. The older and prettier girl should be Big Lan, and the younger girl was naturally Xiao Lan. The 2 girls beside him had the talent to enter the divine domain. This Su girl's talent was definitely not ordinary. Du Xiaofu naturally did not believe that she came from a small place. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't too suspicious of the 3 women. He felt that they didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Instead, he asked curiously, Why are you trapped here? The woman's surname Su said to Du Xiaofu, We've been trapped in this strange forest for several days and haven't been able to get out. It's all because of that terrifying guy. He's been haunting us all this time, and his strength is so terrifying. Otherwise, we wouldn't have entered this place. Xiao Lan was filled with hatred as she pouted. Are you being hunted down? Don't worry, the next time I meet that person, I'll definitely avenge you, Du Xiaofu said with a smile. I know you're very strong, but I have to tell you, that guy is probably even stronger than you. He's a Nirvana supremacy. Xiaolan knew that Du Xiaofu was very strong, but her expression soon changed to one of shock. Staring at Du Xiaofu, she exclaimed in a trembling voice, You were able to deal with a peak-sealed domain realm cloud-devouring wolf shrew, and you weren't affected by the suppression of your strength in the god domain. Don't tell me you're also a Nirvana paragon. I'm not. I just have some methods that allow me to raise my cultivation base in this divine domain. Du Xiaofu shook his head. He didn't admit to it lest he complicate things. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the woman surnamed Su inwardly rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu, but didn't say anything. She stuffed a few medicinal pills into her mouth, and then gave some to Xiao Lan and Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan swallowed the medicinal pills and didn't doubt Du Xiaofu's words. At the same time, she said to Du Xiaofu, That's right, you don't look like a Nirvana supremacy. I saw that terrifying guy with 6 divine rings above his head. That kind of power is too frightening. He can cause heaven and earth phenomena. Although you were very strong just now, you didn't seem that terrifying. That guy is so powerful. Du Xiaofu was curious about the matter of Xiao Lan and the others encountering a Nirvana supremacy. From her words, he guessed that the 6 divine rings should be a lesser Nirvana supremacy. A Nirvana supremacy must have encountered a difficult opponent and was in great danger. He asked, Which Nirvana supremacy did you encounter? If I encounter him in the future, I'll have to avoid him. Aren't you invincible? Why do you have to avoid him? Xiao Lan giggled, and her attitude towards Du Xiaofu was much better. She said, I don't know what his name is, but he's wearing a white battle robe and looks extraordinary. He's very handsome, but he's too annoying. Oh right, he has 8 beautiful maids following him, and they're all very powerful. We're not his match. Great Snow Mountain's descendant Lian Qingrong. Du Xiaofu didn't even need to think to know who that guy was. It was the descendant of the snowy mountain, Lian Qingrong. Last time, she was scared away by the divine soul-devouring ants. It seemed like she should have gotten rid of those terrifying troubles. That guy is too terrifying. He always wanted our family's young miss to be his maid. He's very hateful. He chased us into this strange forest and trapped us for many days. Xiao Lan was still hateful. That guy seems to have a hobby of taking in maids. Du Xiaofu's eyes slightly moved. Last time, Lian Qingrong wanted to take Su Muxin as her maid. That debt would be settled sooner or later in the future. Now that we're in this strange forest, there's no way out. That guy is too strong. We couldn't do anything to him with just 8 maidservants. Then, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared. She's so beautiful, she's like a fairy goddess of this world. That guy in white immediately stopped attacking us. He wanted to take that fairy goddess as his maidservant. Xiao Lan paused for a moment, as if she was still admiring that girl's temperament. She said, That beautiful girl's strength was also very terrifying. She had an ancient bow that could pierce through the void. That guy in white battle robe used the strength of a supremacy. It was too terrifying. But I didn't expect that fairy goddess was also a supremacy. Their battle was so terrifying. It was as if they were going to destroy the heaven and earth. They destroyed a large area of the forest and fought until the sky turned dark. But in the end, it seemed like the fairy goddess was slightly inferior in terms of cultivation. She could only retreat in defeat. That hateful guy in white battle robe chased after her. Only then were we able to escape. Xiaolan said. There was still a lingering fear in her heart. If it wasn't for that fairy goddess appearing midway, she and her family's young miss wouldn't have been able to escape. Quickly tell me, the fairy goddess you spoke of, what does she look like? Where did she go? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Xiao Lan like lightning. He tightly grabbed Xiaolan's arm. His expression was extremely serious. The golden light in his eyes was fiercely trembling. "Ah! You're hurting me." Xiaolan was startled, then she opened her mouth to shout. Her arm was in pain from Du Xiaofu's grip. "I'm sorry, I was too nervous. Quickly tell me." Du Xiaofu came back to his senses and let go of Xiaolan. However, his expression was extremely serious. "That girl's age is about the same as mine. However, she's much more beautiful than me. She's wearing a tight green dress. She's a Nirvana sovereign. Her strength is extremely terrifying. That guy in white battle robe couldn't do much to her." The girl with the surname Su said. She already had a devastatingly beautiful appearance. However, when compared to the girl in tight green dress, she felt that she was overshadowed and couldn't be compared to her. "Lian Qingrong, I'm not done with you," Du Xiaofu shouted. At this moment, he was certain that the guy in white battle robe, other than the descendant of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, there was no one else. As for the girl holding the ancient bow and wearing tight green dress, she was definitely Dongli Qingqing. She was his woman. At this moment, how could Du Xiaofu not be furious? Lian Qingrong had her eyes on Su Muxin from the start. At this moment, she was chasing after Dongli Qingqing. Both of them were his women. Could it be that you know that terrifying fellow? At this moment, Xiaolan could more or less tell that the war god in front of her seemed to know that terrifying Nirvana sovereign. Moreover, he seemed to know those two terrifying Nirvana sovereigns. "Not only do I know him." Du Xiaofu's eyes revealed a chilling intent. "Master, I've seen the person they're talking about 3 days ago." Suddenly, Yunmu opened her mouth and said to Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1637. Time runes flickered in the vast white fog, making it increasingly difficult to see clearly. It was already very difficult to see clearly within a distance of tens of meters. The surrounding space also consumed more and more primordial spirit and mystical chi power. That kind of feeling was like an ordinary person in the depths of an extremely high plateau. Walking a little further would cause one to gasp for breath. If one were to fight in such a situation, one would definitely be greatly affected. A huge deep canyon appeared. On both sides of the mountain peaks were towering trees, so tall that one could not see the top. The rocks and huge tree trunks were covered with ancient tree vines that were like giant pythons entrenched. This was an ancient canyon. The fog inside was so dense that one could not see clearly. Time runes flickered, as if they could still be spied on through force. Releasing one's mind, one could at most sense movements within a range of tens of meters. In front of a super expert, this distance was simply enough to kill with one strike. Fortunately, the cultivation and strength of the people in the divine domain were about the same. However, there were ancient demonic beasts whose cultivation and strength were not suppressed everywhere. Such a place was undoubtedly extremely dangerous, and no one dared to enter at all. However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu, the woman surnamed Su, Yunmu, Big Lan and Little Lan appeared here. Looking at the deep canyon, Du Xiaofu also frowned. From Yunmu, Du Xiaofu learned that a few days ago, the woman who might be Dongli Qingqing and the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong, had passed through this forest with her 8 maidservants and killed many cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. This also aroused Yunmu's anger. He led a large number of cloud-swallowing wolf shrews to chase after them. However, he was unable to stop Lian Qingrong and Dongli Qingqing along the way. Instead, many cloud-swallowing wolf shrews were killed, causing Yunmu to fly into a rage. However, just 3 days ago, the woman who might be Dongli Qingqing and Lian Qingrong had directly entered the canyon in front of them. The canyon was too mysterious. Even Yunmu did not dare to bring the cloud-devouring wolf shrew in. In the end, he could only return in rage. On the way back, the more the cloud shrew thought about it, the angrier it became. It had originally planned to gather all the cloud-swallowing wolves and shrews to wait outside the gorge for those people to come out. However, when it heard that the lady with the surname Su and the rest were nearby, the cloud shrew's anger had yet to subside, and it wanted to kill the lady with the surname Su and the rest. However, in the end, it encountered Du Xiaofu. Under Yun Mu's lead, Du Xiaofu's group avoided many dangers along the way. They even avoided 2 places with ancient incomplete formations and obtained several precious herbs. Finally, they arrived before the ancient gorge before them. "Master, this is the Valley of the Dead Souls." They entered this place. Yun Mu looked at the misty canyon, and there was still some lingering fear on his face. He revealed 2 protruding rat-like teeth and said, "This is the most dangerous place in the forest. Living beings who enter have never come out. My mother and father entered 1,000 years ago and never came out. This is a dangerous place." Du Xiaofu looked into the gorge, his eyes suffused with golden light. Under the invisible oppressive aura that pervaded the air, it made people look like an ancient ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to walk in and swallow them in one gulp. Rumor has it that there are precious treasures inside, and it contains a huge secret. Many other demonic beasts have come to fight for it, but they have never come out. Yun Mu continued. Her father and mother had died inside and never came out again. This caused her to be fearful of the place. She did not dare to chase after those people as they entered. "I have to go in. You can wait for me outside," Du Xiaofu said to the lady with the surname Su and took a deep breath. No matter what dangers there were in the gorge, Du Xiaofu had to go in. It was also because of the huge danger inside that Du Xiaofu was even more anxious to go in. "I'll go in with you." The lady with the surname Su hesitated for a moment before saying to Du Xiaofu. She bit her red lips that had regained some color and her eyes were filled with brilliant colors. She quickly followed to Du Xiaofu's side and said, "Actually, you don't have to worry. That lady is very strong. Although that descendant of the Great Snow Mountain has the upper hand, it will be difficult for him to do anything to her. I have to find her as soon as possible." Du Xiaofu was still not at ease and was very anxious. Lian Qingrong's cultivation was not ordinary. It was very terrifying. Du Xiaofu had fought with her before, so he was very clear about Lian Qingrong's strength. He was afraid that something would happen to Dongli Qingqing. "Miss, wait for me." Big Lon and Little Lon also followed. Naturally, they had to stay by Miss's side. As for Yun Mu, she plucked up her courage. With the influence of the blood-soul seal in her mind, she naturally chose to stay by Du Xiaofu's side. However, she was fully focused and careful along the way. Kacha sounds came from the ground of the canyon. It was not the withered branches on the ground, but the withered bones that had lost their luster. These were the bones of some human and demonic beast expert. However, at this moment, they seemed to have been eroded by the wind and were like ordinary bones. They had also been here for a very long time and would break with a single step. How terrifying! Big Lon and Little Lon trembled in fear. There were white bones everywhere, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard from time to time, causing one's hair to stand on end involuntarily. "Be careful," suddenly Du Xiaofu spoke. His figure stood in place, and his body was covered in golden light. Walala, almost at the same time as Du Xiaofu's voice fell, a terrifying storm swept out from within the canyon. It was accompanied by the dazzling runes that were constantly flashing. It poured out like a torrent, accompanied by an aura that made people tremble. Its speed was as fast as lightning. This was the canyon. The terrifying and strange storm covered the entire canyon. There was no place to hide at all except for retreating. However, with the terrifying speed and the storm in front of them, Du Xiaofu had only just noticed it. How many people could escape in advance? The strange storm swept out, and Du Xiaofu was instantly swept up. It did not affect his physical body at all, but a terrifying power immediately surged into his primordial spirit. It could instantly make his primordial spirit tremble. It was as if countless poisonous needles had drilled into his primordial spirit. The destructive power was enough to instantly destroy the primordial spirit of an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator. Oh no, this storm contains a terrifying primordial spirit attack. Du Xiaofu's expression changed. He had been on guard for a long time. The void around him suddenly shone with a dazzling light. The illusory image of the dark nether grass took shape and enveloped the woman surnamed Su, Big Lan, Little Lan, and Yun Mu. This terrifying primordial spirit attack was extraordinarily terrifying, but it could not do anything to Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. The spiritual lightning in his mind directly destroyed it. Walala! The terrifying storm swept past and disappeared without a trace. It disappeared without a trace, as if it had never happened. Du Xiaofu kept the dark nether grass. The eyes of Big Lan, Little Lan, and the others were still trembling. They had already felt the aura of death just a moment ago. Many thanks, the woman surnamed Su said. Under that terrifying primordial spirit attack, she was caught unprepared. She could not resist at all. Be careful. Du Xiaofu warned the woman surnamed Su and the others. The primordial spirit attack just now would have destroyed the primordial spirit of an ordinary martial domain realm cultivator. No wonder Yun Mu said that the creatures that entered the Dead Souls Canyon had never come out. It was truly terrifying. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Not long after, within the thick fog in the canyon, strange runes flickered. They condensed into strange blades that pierced through the void like thousands of arrows. They carried a destructive power that was enough to pierce through the body of a martial domain realm cultivator. Golden light erupted from Du Xiaofu's body as the phantom of a great rock's golden wings condensed behind him. It enveloped the woman surnamed Su, Big Lan, Little Lan, Yun Mu, and the others. A supreme demonic beast's aura swept out. Clang clang, the rune blades landed on the golden talisman engravings around Du Xiaofu's body. Golden spears burst forth and sparks flew, but in the end, they did not pierce through the golden light. They shattered into runes and dissipated. Many of the remaining rune blades landed on the towering trees and rocks in the canyon, but they were not damaged at all. It was very strange. Walala, then, not long after the 5 of them moved forward, a gust of wind blew over like a blade. Not only could it destroy the physical body, it could also destroy the primordial spirit. Du Xiaofu continued to protect everyone as they charged out of the terrifying gust of wind. So scary. Under the successive shocking dangers, Big Lan and Little Lan had already gasped. Their legs had become rather weak. Be careful. We still have protective talismans, but you don't. The woman surnamed Su looked at Du Xiaofu. Her brows shone brilliantly as she said, "You don't have to protect us at the crucial moment. With protective talismans, we won't die." "I know. I'm fine." Du Xiaofu nodded. In the vast fog, he lowered his head to examine a rock to the side. There was a huge, deep hole in the huge rock. The ground around it was covered in spiderweb-like cracks. "It's her. It can't be wrong. We fought here." Du Xiaofu could be completely sure. There was still some remnant energy in the huge hole and the surrounding cracks. It was the energy of the Dongli Qingqing demon subduing arrow. This was not the first time Du Xiaofu had seen Dongli Qingqing use the demon subduing arrow, so he was very familiar with it and could not be wrong. "Master, there's something shining in front. It's filled with energy. It seems to be a treasure." Yun Mu suddenly spoke as she looked into the depths of the canyon. The canyon was already extremely wide, but it was still getting wider and wider. However, the thick fog was also getting thicker and thicker. At this moment, the fog was accompanied by a kind of dense energy that Yun Mu could absorb. The reason why the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews had always chosen to stay in this forest was because absorbing the fog was extremely beneficial to them. "Let's go. Be careful. Follow me closely." Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered, and he immediately shot out. In the vast white fog, light shone brightly. It was the kind of rune that constantly flashed in this strange ancient forest. Du Xiaofu led the woman surnamed Su, Yun Mu and the others as they cautiously approached. Under the increasingly dazzling rune light, they could see clearly that there was actually an ancient ruin within the thick white fog. In the depths of the canyon, there was a stretch of broken walls. The bright rune light came from within the broken walls. Chapter 1638. It's an ancient ruin. The woman surnamed Su observed the large amount of broken walls in front of her. As she got closer, she could see many broken ancient buildings. This ruin was not small. In this strange forest, there was a terrifying canyon hidden within. It was filled with danger and was extremely dangerous. At the end of the canyon, there was actually a hidden ancient ruin hidden in another world. Something's not right. Although Du Xiaofu was worried about Dongli Qingqing, he wasn't in a hurry to get closer. He looked at the ancient ruin in front of him and carefully observed it. So that's how it is. What a big deal. After a while, Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. After all, he had the heavenly spirit record and his attainments in formations weren't shallow. In addition to his pondering and investigation in the canyon, he finally understood the mysteries of this canyon. What did you find? The woman surnamed Su asked Du Xiaofu curiously. This place should be the remains of a powerful sect in the past. It's not large, but it might be an important place. Right now, in the ancient times, there must have been an intense battle here. The sect's formation was destroyed, but the remnants of the formation are still active. Some of the remnant formations in this ancient forest might be related to this place. The strange attacks in the canyon are also the result of the remnant formation. These remnant formations are getting weaker and weaker, but they must have been stronger in the past. Therefore, from ancient times until now, all the creatures that came in were attacked by the remnant formation. Very few survived. The reason why we could come in is probably because the remnant formation has been getting weaker and weaker recently. Du Xiaofu explored the surroundings and said to the woman surnamed Su. He had a rough understanding of this ruin. That's amazing. Xiao Lan and De Lan were now admiring the god of war in front of them more and more. Shall we go in? The woman surnamed Su asked Du Xiaofu. Let's go in. Everyone should be careful. Du Xiaofu didn't let down his guard. Then, he walked into the ruins with the woman surnamed Su. On the ground, there were also eerie white bones everywhere. They were grayish-white, just like the white bones outside. They had lost their luster and looked just like white bones. Even in the ruins, the 5 of them had seen many huge skeletons of demonic beasts. Judging from the size of the skeletons, they must have been monstrously powerful demonic beasts when they were alive. This is my father and mother. They are both dead. Under a broken wall, Yun Mu saw 2 small skeletons. His heart was filled with grief and tears actually flowed down his cheeks. Judging from the posture of the 2 skeletons, they seemed to be hugging each other. This proved that before they died, the 2 of them had been tightly hugging each other. Even in death, they had died together. They were connected by blood, so Yun Mu could not be mistaken. That was her imperial father and the skeleton behind the scenes. The beast controlling technique could make the Cloud Shrew submit, but it would not affect the Cloud Shrew's emotions and future cultivation. It would not turn the Cloud Shrew into a puppet. This was the outstanding aspect of the beast controlling technique. My condolences. Du Xiaofu patted Yun Mu's shoulder and said. At this moment, his heart was also moved and ripples were surging. Then, the Cloud Shrew buried the skeletons of her imperial father and imperial mother deep underground. There is movement in front. The lady surnamed Su said to Du Xiaofu. Looking into the depths of the ruins, there were still clouds and mist, but the energy fluctuations were getting stronger. The light that they saw just now was flickering in front of them, spreading a shocking aura. From time to time, there were talisman runes flickering. Be careful. Du Xiaofu slowly approached. He felt that Dongli Qingqing should have also entered this place. He was worried and moved forward. At crossing a broken wall, Du Xiaofu raised his eyes and felt a familiar aura. In front of him was a vast expanse of white mist. As talisman runes flickered, many figures appeared. There were 8 graceful figures, and they were graceful and moving. Who is it? At this moment, the 8 graceful figures also felt Du Xiaofu's aura and immediately turned around. 8 charming women, each of them beautiful and unparalleled. Waves of shocking icy aura also spread out in an instant. It's you. After seeing Du Xiaofu clearly, the 8 women's faces suddenly changed. Their eyes were secretly filled with absolute horror. Previously, they had suffered a great loss in the hands of Du Xiaofu. They knew that guy was a supreme Nirvana realm expert and his strength was very terrifying. Du Xiaofu ignored the 8 women. They were the 8 maidservants by Lian Qingrong's side. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's eyes were fixed on the front. In a broken wall, there was a bright and dazzling light screen. It was shrouded in rolling mist and revealed talisman runes. It was filled with an extremely ancient aura, as if it was filled with a kind of fiend god qi. However, at this moment, Lian Qingrong and Dongli Qingqing were nowhere to be seen. Du Xiaofu's heart became heavier. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure suddenly swept forward. He felt that there must be a strange change in the light screen. My young master is inside. Don't come near. Otherwise, we won't be polite. One of the 8 maidservants shouted. Although they were afraid of Du Xiaofu, they didn't shrink back at this moment. So Lian Qingrong is inside. Du Xiaofu frowned and directly swept forward without stopping. Back off. However, at the same time, the 8 maidservants formed a joint attack. The energy froze the void, and a terrifying icy aura suddenly swept toward Du Xiaofu. You still dare to stop me? Du Xiaofu's mood wasn't very good at this moment. He shouted, and a rolling purple flame suddenly swept out and turned into a huge purple flame demonic phoenix. Walala, in an instant, the purple flames were like a purple sun that blotted out the sky. Its might shook half of the void and carried with it a terrifying pressure of the world. It directly destroyed the cold qi and smashed into the 8 women like they were rotten wood. Puff, 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 puff. The 8 maidservants spat out blood and their delicate bodies were all sent flying. They fell heavily to the ground and broke many broken walls. They were in a sorry state. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with shock. What a powerful guy! Is he really the god of war? Xiao Lan and the others happened to see this scene and were shocked. When the 8 maidservants joined forces, they also trapped their young miss. However, at this moment, this guy just raised his hand and sent the 8 of them flying and seriously injured. Qi La Du Xiaofu's figure swept into the light screen and immediately suffered a huge recoil force that swept over him. It was as if he was going to be sent flying. At the same time, there was a strange life-devouring energy in the light screen that was going to devour his life force. So strange, the sudden change made Du Xiaofu immediately retreat. His expression changed slightly. Who dares to touch my people? Almost at the same time, a young man in a white battle robe rushed out of the light screen. His skin was like jade and his eyes were black and white. However, when the young man in white saw Du Xiaofu, his eyes suddenly twitched. He seemed to be a little surprised and said, "It's you! Lian Qingrong, you really don't want the successor of the Great Snow Mountain." Du Xiaofu looked at the young man in battle robe in front of him. Who else could it be but the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, Lian Qingrong? His eyes were cold and his expression was cold. It's that terrifying guy. Can the god of war still fight against him? Xiao Lan and Dalan saw Lian Qingrong and trembled secretly. Their faces turned pale. They had seen the battle between supreme martial artists. It was so terrifying that they still had lingering fears. As for Yun Mu, she originally wanted to find trouble with Lian Qingrong. Later, she found out how strong the human in front of her was. At this moment, she naturally did not dare to go up again. Lian Qingrong's eyes swept behind Du Xiaofu and saw Yun Mu, the woman surnamed Su, and the others. Her eyes suddenly moved and she seemed to be a little surprised. Then, Her thin red lips curved into a smile. She said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to send yourself to me again. You are really lucky." Hearing this, Xiaolan and Dalan could not help but instinctively feel a little afraid and took a few steps back. "Where is the woman you are chasing?" Du Xiaofu asked Lian Qingrong in a deep voice. "That woman has an extraordinary background. She ran in, but she will come out sooner or later. There is no way to break in. It has been 3 or 4 days. She won't be able to hold on for much longer." Lian Qingrong raised her eyebrows, looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "There's no need to tell you about this. I've said it before. When we fight next time, I'll subdue you. Today is the time." Hearing Lian Qingrong's words, Du Xiaofu was secretly relieved. At least now Dongli Qingqing seemed to be fine. Lian Qingrong had chased her for several days, but she could not really do anything to Dongli Qingqing. "Young master." The 8 seriously injured maidservants climbed up and immediately stood behind Lian Qingrong. They looked at Du Xiaofu with more and more lingering fear. "Boy, you are provoking me." Seeing that her 8 maidservants were seriously injured and were all stained with blood, but he did not show any mercy to them at all, this made Lian Qingrong's face immediately become gloomy. "It is you who is provoking me." Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold. He had been angry for a long time. Knowing that Dongli Qingqing was fine for the time being, he could not bear it any more. His figure directly rushed out, and his body burst out with golden light. The condensed rock's chaos claw tore the void and directly grabbed at Lian Qingrong. Rock descends to the 9th heaven. Domineering fist. Tying seal. Boom! Domineering fist. Du Xiaofu was fierce. Relying on his vigorous qi and powerful primordial spirit, he activated all kinds of methods at the same time. He opened and closed widely, and he was the only one in the world. In an instant many phantoms of supreme beasts roared, and all kinds of terrible attack runes shone, shattering this side of the void, and the light shone brightly. Lian Qingrong was eyeing Su Muxin, and now she was thinking about Dongli Qingqing. They were all his women. Du Xiaofu was furious. He attacked like a storm without any mercy. Humph! Looking at Du Xiaofu's desperate attack, as if his wife had been snatched away, Lian Qingrong secretly changed color. She snorted and then quickly attacked one after another. Heavenly Ice Fist. Ice Prison. Soul Freezing Ice. Glacier 10,000 miles. Lian Qingrong's battle robe was covered by snow-like runes. She attacked like lightning, freezing the surrounding void. She was like the Snow Mountain War Emperor, and the sky was full of dazzling runes. Chapter 1639. The battle between the two of them instantly became intense, razing the surrounding area to the ground. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the void exploded one after another. "Take my palm!" Du Xiaofu shouted. The Xiaoyang seal, the Taiyin seal, and the Xiaoyin seal overlapped and condensed into a hand seal. It appeared gold, black, and silver and was crystal clear. A wave that made people's heart palpitate spread out. It contained a terrifying destructive power, and it was as fast as lightning, slapping towards Lian Qingrong. Void Ice Technique. Lian Qingrong's cold ice energy froze the world, exploded the void, and made the world boil, freezing thousands of miles. Rumble, in this battle, the runes were dazzling, and it was as if the world was falling apart. The surrounding ruins were trembling, and the earth was shaking. The broken walls and ruins were cracking and collapsing, revealing a large area of cracks on the ground. "It's too terrifying." Looking at this battle, the woman surnamed Su, Yun Mu, and Xiao Lan retreated to the distance, and they were secretly trembling. Deng deng, in the air, Du Xiaofu and Lian Qingrong were both shocked by the shocking energy, and the space behind them exploded and shattered. How could he be so much stronger? When Lian Qingrong stabilized her body, her hair fluttered behind her back. She looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise in her eyes. Lian Qingrong felt that in just a few months, The strength of the young man in front of her had improved by leaps and bounds. It was not just a little bit stronger than before, which made her feel inconceivable. Lien Qingrong naturally did not know that in these few months, Du Xiaofu had been comprehending the life-saving talisman, and his comprehension of various ultimates had improved by leaps and bounds. He had taken another big step towards the true self level, and his strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. But you're still not enough. One nirvana level. Although you're a nirvana level Grand Supreme, your cultivation level is an insurmountable moat. Lien Qingrong said. There was an indescribable majesty and transcendence, and she was also very confident. What? Nirvana of a grand sovereign? Hearing Lien Qingrong's words, Xiaolan and Dalan were very suspicious. They were feeling strange. From the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that the two of them had fought before. And now, the nirvana of a grand utmost exalted surprised them. Du Xiaofu looked at Lien Qingrong, and a smile that made one's heart tremble suddenly appeared in his cold eyes. He said, "Since you are so confident, then let me give you an appetizer first." As the sound of his voice faded, ancient runes gushed out from Du Xiaofu's body, instantly transforming into 8 resplendent and dazzling runes. After that, they faintly transformed into 64 ancient runes that flickered as a strange aura permeated the air, causing the space of the divine domain to tremble. Walala, then, the ancient runes seeped out of the void all around. It was as if they had turned into a rain of light that seeped into everything. Lien Qingrong's defense was unable to stop them. A rain of light fell between Lien Qingrong's eyebrows. Then, the life-saving amulet between Lien Qingrong's eyebrows directly cracked, then dimmed and disappeared. The 8 beautiful maidservants who followed Lien Qingrong also did not escape this calamity. The life-saving amulet between their eyebrows disappeared. They looked at each other in horror. In this space of the divine domain, losing the life-saving amulet was absolutely equivalent to losing one's life. There would not be a second chance. That kind of feeling made those who had really lost their life-saving amulet feel nervous. In this space of the divine domain, they had lost their most important support. My God, what's going on? Seeing that Du Xiaofu had actually made Lien Qingrong and the other life-saving amulets disappear, Xiaolan and Dalan were already dumbfounded. The woman surnamed Su was also trembling violently. This was really incredible. At this moment, not to mention the woman surnamed Su, Lien Qingrong was also shocked. He felt that the life-saving amulet between his eyebrows had disappeared. It was destroyed by Du Xiaofu, which was equivalent to killing him directly. How do you feel? Du Xiaofu said to Lien Qingrong with a smile that was not a smile. Boy, you've finally completely infuriated me. You'll pay for everything you've done later. Lien Qingrong finally changed his expression. His expression was ice-cold. At the same time, with his body as the center, dazzling white ice runes erupted. Boom! In an instant, Lien Qingrong's body was densely covered with dazzling runes. These runes were sparkling and translucent like ice. When they covered Lien Qingrong's body, it was like covering an ice armor. This was Lien Qingrong's pulse soul. In the level of pulse soul, it had reached the level of a half-step supreme being. Crash! In an instant, frost fell from the sky like falling glaciers. Everywhere was white and fluctuating in the void. Under the terrifying cold air, the woman surnamed Su, Dalan, Xiaolan, and Yunmu in the distance were already trembling from the cold. The blood in their bodies was about to freeze, their qi was about to solidify, and the cold air could even freeze and crack the primordial spirit. Competing with pulse souls? I'll keep you company. Du Xiaofu was not afraid. At the same time, he directly activated the Thunder Martial Vein. The purple-gold lightning runes covered his body. Suddenly, the surrounding void was like waves of lightning, surging violently and dazzling the world. It directly destroyed a large area of cold air. Rumble! The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly rolled, and a supreme being's pressure descended. The surrounding purple-gold lightning clustered around Du Xiaofu like a dazzling thunder sun in the sky, killing in all directions. "Continue!" Du Xiaofu shouted, and the thunder martial vein was activated. At the same time, the shadow of the rock's golden wings condensed behind his back. The rock soared to the 9 heavens, like the god of war, and his figure swept out. This side of the ruins was trembling, and the universe was roaring. With the sky full of purple-gold lightning, he directly pressed towards Lian Qingrong. What kind of martial vein is this? How can it be so strong? Lian Qingrong's heart was trembling. At this moment, even with her cultivation and talent, under the strange thunder martial vein, she was secretly trembling, as if she was facing a real pulse soul supreme. However, she was only surprised in her heart, and immediately made her move. Lian Qingrong was not a weakling. In the entire divine domain, there were only a few people who could be compared with her at this moment. Suddenly, a terrifying cold air erupted, turning the surroundings into glaciers. Countless icebergs descended, and countless icicles pierced through the void, as if this side of the world had turned into a world of ice. Du Xiaofu made his move, and the purple lightning illuminated the world, destroying everything. Under the support of the rock descending to the 9 heavens, Du Xiaofu was like a human-shaped rock, flapping his wings and sweeping, overbearing and fierce, as if he was the only one in the world. Rumble! The two people in the void fought fiercely, and it was like thunder in the sky, bursting out a series of rune light. Walala! The rune energy shot out, and it was as gorgeous as fireworks, causing the entire sky to be dazzling. Behind that dazzling light, there was a shocking pressure that could freeze thousands of miles and kill everything. It was like destruction, and the surrounding void collapsed one after another. Lian Qingrong was more and more shocked. Last time, she felt that Du Xiaofu was not this strong, and was much weaker. At this moment, she actually had a feeling that it was difficult to suppress. And the other party was only at the nirvana level, which made Lian Qingrong very shocked. Finally, Lian Qingrong used her own pulse soul. Dazzling light swept out, and finally turned into a huge ice dragon that spanned thousands of feet in the void. This ice dragon had not been muddled, and it had already turned into a true spirit, which was equivalent to a living creature. The dragon's roar was like a wave of air, and it was vast and undulating like a tsunami. It carried a terrifying cold energy that swept out, as if it was covering the sky and earth, like a raging wave beating the shore, crossing the vast sky. Everywhere it passed, the void was frozen, and it turned into a glacier. Ancient Ice Dragon Pulse Soul. The woman surnamed Su could not help but exclaim. Even though she had seen the Great Snow Mountain's successor use this terrifying Pulse Soul in the battle with the fairy goddess, she still could not help but tremble. The ancient ice dragon was rumored to be a true pure-blooded dragon. When it was angry, it could freeze everything. Among the dragon's bloodlines, its bloodline was only inferior to a few dragons' bloodlines, and it had an extremely honorable status among dragons. It could be said that with the ancient ice dragon as the pulse soul, it would definitely not be inferior to an ordinary pulse soul. However, it was rare to be able to obtain such a pulse soul. Rumble! A silver-yellow electric arc shot out from between Du Xiaofu's eyebrows, and a majestic supreme being aura filled the entire ruins. It transformed into a huge red-bone horse-ape, and a silver-gold electric arc shot up into the sky like a rising sun. When the red-bone horse-ape appeared, the dragon eyes of the huge ancient ice dragon were trembling. The red-bone horse-ape appeared. It was Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit, and also Du Xiaofu's pulse soul. When the two merged into one, its power was even more terrifying, and it directly pounced towards the ancient ice dragon. 3 types of spiritual lightning, the sovereign spiritual root, and the mysterious incomplete cultivation technique. With all of these combined into one, the red-bone horse-ape could completely suppress the ancient ice dragon. Bang, 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 the red-bone horse-ape waved its fist, and a terrifying aura spread out in a ring shape. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and everywhere it passed, the space would suddenly shatter. Redbone Horseape Pulse Soul. Lien Qingrong's gaze trembled. He had only heard of the Redbone Horseape in legends, but he did not expect the kid in front of him to have a pulse soul. At this moment, the terrifying aura in the Redbone Horseape's body was very complicated, but its power was like that of a real sovereign, causing his pulse soul to tremble for no reason. Boom! The expression on Lien Qingrong's handsome face finally condensed together. At the same time, divine light flickered on his body like flames, condensing into 6 divine rings above his forehead, and a vast aura spread out. This was the power of a sovereign. A nirvana sovereign. Xiaolan and Dalan trembled once again. Lien Qingrong had already used his full strength. This was the power of a sovereign, and they had witnessed the strength of the war god. But at this moment, under the power of a sovereign, they couldn't help but be on edge for the latter once again. It's just a lesser sovereign's nirvana. Du Xiaofu no longer concealed his strength. At this moment, in front of Lien Qingrong, there was no way for him to hide anything. Everything was done with his full strength. In an instant, 9 divine rings condensed, causing the surrounding space to rumble, and the world to tremble, causing all living beings to tremble in fear. Oh my God, 9 rings, he is... Dalan and Xiaolan were dumbfounded, and they couldn't retract their jaws from the shock. Chapter 1640. He is a Nirvana Grandmaster, Demon King Du Xiaofu. The woman surnamed Su revealed Du Xiaofu's identity. She had recognized the Demon King at first glance. However, the Demon King had never seen him before, while she had seen the Demon King from afar. Demon King Du Xiaofu. He is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Both Big Lan and Little Lan were completely shocked. Inside and outside of Kyushu, who hadn't heard of the Demon King Du Xiaofu's name. In the divine domain, the Demon King Du Xiaofu had killed thousands of people from the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. That battle had caused the entire divine domain to boil. However, Big Lan and Little Lan hadn't expected that the seemingly smug and resolute youth was actually the most ferocious Demon King Du Xiaofu. Rumble, the 9 divine rings were in the sky, and the heavenly music was unceasing. The resplendent radiance drowned out everything. Purple flames surged around Du Xiaofu's body, starlight filled the sky, and golden light illuminated the world. I'll let you know what a true Grandmaster is. Du Xiaofu shouted loudly. A Grandmaster's aura spread out from his tall and straight figure. Boundless heavenly might descended as he directly made his move. Fight. Under the surging heavenly might, Lien Qingrong's gaze also surged with some astonishment. However, she wasn't afraid. The pressure of the 6 divine rings, her comprehension, and her martial veins fused together. Waves of cold air burst out as she instantly confronted Du Xiaofu. This was another Grandmaster's battle. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the two of them had already exchanged more than 10 moves. Every time they collided, the surrounding space would shatter. There would be space collapsing, lightning wreaking havoc, and ice falling. Terrifying energy swept out, destroying everything into nothingness. The scene was terrifying. Bang bang bang. Cymbals shone resplendently, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Pitch-black spatial cracks extended outwards, swallowing up the light that filled the sky, causing the Yuan spirits of the woman surnamed Su, Xiaolan, and Yun Xia to tremble in shock and horror. Is that the level of true self? Du Xiaofu's eyes were like a purple-gold sun, and purple-gold lightning arcs lingered on the surface of his body. He activated his immortal Xian body, and the 9 divine rings above his head intertwined with his body as he fought fiercely with Lien Qingrong. Du Xiaofu felt the power of Lien Qingrong, not to mention that Lien Qingrong was at the peak of the realm of true self. Nirvana of true self and Nirvana of Nirvana were separated by a layer of heaven. Fight, however, Du Xiaofu didn't retreat and instead advanced. His aura surged, making heaven and earth rumble. It was as if heavenly drums were beating as he fought against the true self. At this moment, Lien Qingrong's expression had already become truly solemn. His true self had reached nirvana, but at this moment, the more he fought, the more fearful he became. The opponent's nirvana level was too terrifying. The pressure of the Grand Supreme being suppressed him directly. That terrifying attack was simply not like that of a cultivator of the nirvana level. How can he be so strong? Lien Qingrong's eyes were filled with shock. In this world, there were only a handful of people with the same level of cultivation that could make him pay attention to them. Those that he cared about were even rarer. He's using me to comprehend again. However, at this moment, Lien Qingrong had a feeling that, if he was at the same level as the opponent, he would be suppressed directly. At the same time, Lien Qingrong felt that the kid was actually the same as last time, using him as a target to comprehend. This was tantamount to humiliating him. Snowy mountain covers the sky. His voice shook the void. Lien Qingrong didn't hold back anymore. A large snowy mountain condensed above the void, and that terrifying power caused the void to rumble and shatter. It suppressed Du Xiaofu. Rock striking the sky. Du Xiaofu shouted. The supreme strength condensed into the supreme beast energy of the golden-winged rock. A massive purple-gold thunder rock flapped its wings and flew out. Its eyes were like two blazing suns that illuminated the sky, overlooking the world. It released boundless, overbearing pressure and emitted purple-gold lightning. Its claws tore the space apart, shattered the snowy mountain, and suppressed the heaven and earth. At this moment, in the depths of the light screen, there was an ancient damaged hall. On a high platform, there was an ancient bow that was hovering above the void. Walala! The ancient bow was filled with fog, and runes were flickering. The fog was monstrous, like a torrent that connected the clouds. The thick fog in the entire ancient forest seemed to have come from this ancient bow. The ancient bow released rays of light that resembled the chi of celestial demons. It spread in all directions and shrouded the surroundings. It was the same kind of light that existed in the center of the ruins, which could devour vitality. The strangest thing was that there was another bow that looked exactly the same under the ancient bow. It was shining brightly, and even though it was powerful, it was much weaker compared to the ancient bow. If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize that it was the ancient bow in the hands of Dongli Qingqing. In this ancient ruin, there was actually an even more terrifying existence. The two ancient bows were hovering, reflecting each other's brilliance and releasing vitality. There was also the chi of celestial demons that spread in all directions. On the high platform, a fairy-like girl sat cross-legged. Her whole body was rippling in a dazzling green light. Mysterious runes lingered around her, and there was the chi of celestial demons circling around her. Her aura was constantly rising, and it was connected with the two ancient bows, affecting the heaven and earth. Outside the light screen, the astonishing battle was still going on. The terrifying energy that could shatter the void couldn't shake the strange light screen below. The strange light screen isolated all the energy outside. Heavenly Ice Blade. A halberd appeared in the hands of Lien Qingrong. It was a terrifying weapon with monstrous power. As soon as it appeared, the clouds in all directions moved. The white runes were gorgeous and rushed into the sky. The power was pervasive, and it could freeze the heaven and earth, sealing this ancient ruin in ice. Swish, the heavenly ice blade in the hands of Lien Qingrong released endless cold power, and slashed towards Du Xiaofu. The blade light froze the void, and pitch-black spatial cracks filled the void. Heavenly Palace of Violet Gold. At the same time, the Heavenly Palace of Violet Gold appeared in the hands of Du Xiaofu. There were the roars of dragons and tigers, the cries of birds and turtles, and also the cries of ghosts and gods. The sword light swept out like a bolt of violet gold lightning, turning into a thunderbolt, and immediately collided with the former's heavenly ice blade. Awoo, as if sensing the level of the heavenly ice blade, the soul of the heavenly palace of violet gold suddenly boiled, and couldn't wait to devour the heavenly ice blade. However, the heavenly ice blade in the hands of Lien Qingrong was definitely not inferior to the heavenly palace of violet gold. It was even stronger, and its power was too terrifying. However, the heavenly palace of violet gold was a divine weapon, and had too many mysteries. The soul of the weapon was even more abnormal, and could devour power. The blade light and the sword shadow shattered the void, and all of them contained the supreme power. The blade light and the sword shadow, all of them carried the mighty power of heaven and earth, and the collision caused the sky and earth to burn. The sound of golden spears resounded, and sparks bloomed like fireworks. Gugu, Big Lan and Little Lan's mouths were dry. The battle between supreme beings in the distant sky was much more terrifying than the battle between the woman and Lien Qingrong that they wanted to see a few days ago. Every move made them tremble with fear, and they felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. That kind of battle seemed like it was going to destroy heaven and earth. The surrounding ruins were collapsing, and the distant cliffs and canyons were also cracking open, crumbling and freezing. Walala, quietly, within the light screen, there was a fluctuation. The mysterious runes of the talisman began to suffuse with divine light, quietly affecting the entire ruins. Above the void, there began to be abnormal movements of heaven and earth. Not long after, that strange light screen also began to crack. Rumble, in an instant there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled everywhere. The entire ruins were boiling, and the heavenly might was vast, shaking all directions. The woman surnamed Su, the 8 maidservants, and the others watched with trembling eyes. They didn't know what was going on. Du Xiaofu and Lien Qingrong had long been aware of it, but they were still fighting fiercely. The blade light and the sword shadow were endless. Roar! The redbone horse monkey and the ancient ice dragon's soul were still roaring and fighting, tearing apart the void. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, resounding without end. Rumble! The strange phenomenon in the void suddenly appeared, and the astonishing battle also continued. All of this had already caused the ancient ruins to completely explode, destroying everything. The woman surnamed Su, the 8 maidservants, and the others were continuously retreating. Under that terrifying power, they couldn't touch it, and didn't dare to be affected in any way. Crack, crack! That strange light finally completely disappeared and cracked. At this moment, the dense clouds and mist in the entire ancient forest were surging, and runes filled the sky. Inside the light screen, in an ancient and dilapidated palace, a beautiful woman appeared in the void. She was shrouded in bright light, and her figure gradually appeared. Under her green clothes there was a beautiful arc that made people feel suffocated just by looking at it. It's her, in the distance, the woman surnamed Su, Delan, and Xiao Lan's eyes suddenly trembled. That woman who appeared had eyebrows like emerald feathers, and skin like snow. She was otherworldly, just like a fairy. And at this moment, the most shocking thing was that above her forehead, there were 7 strange divine rings that appeared. They were like resplendent emerald divine flames that were burning, illuminating the entire void of the ruins with a resplendent emerald light. Tsk, tsk. Tisk. The strange 7 divine rings enveloped her. That woman opened her eyes, and the dazzling emerald light in her eyes materialized and shot out. It soared into the sky, causing heaven's might to surge. The hair behind her back fluttered as she absorbed the descending heaven and earth energy. Her entire body was suffused with light. She has stepped into the true self. Lien Qingrong looked over and saw the 7 emerald divine rings above her head. Her eyes that were covered by glaciers suddenly trembled fiercely, and she exclaimed, "Profound nirvana! It's her, how could it be 7? Du Xiaofu had already looked over from the corner of his eyes. That fairy-like woman was Dongli Qingqing. That divine ring that was like 7 divine flames made Du Xiaofu feel astonished. This was the first time he had seen it. Dongli Qingqing looked ahead and saw Lian Qingrong and Du Xiaofu. Her eyes flickered, and then she waved her hand. The two ancient bows in the void immediately let out a rumbling sound. In a split second, that ancient bow with even greater power actually turned into a resplendent ray of light and swept into Dongli Qingqing's original ancient bow. The two actually fused into one in a strange manner. It was as if they were one in the first place. Boom! And at this moment, the ancient bow rumbled as if it was alive. Mysterious talisman patterns flickered, and fog filled the sky, affecting the entire ancient forest. The dazzling emerald light spread out like the sun, and the terrifying aura was like an ancient god awakening from its slumber, causing the void to change greatly. So powerful, Lian Qingrong's expression changed. She felt that the heavenly ice blade in her hand was also trembling in front of that ancient bow, being suppressed. Du Xiaofu's heavenly palace of purple gold in his hand was also crying like a ghost. It was afraid, but more excited, as if it wanted to devour that ancient bow, but it did not dare to get too close. Chapter 1641. Boom! At the same time, Dongli Qingqing's body also had a mysterious power awakening in an instant. The qi of gods and demons surged. She held the ancient bow in her hand and pulled it up. An energy light arrow was immediately released from the bow. Qi la. Qi. The energy light arrow swept out and shattered the space in its path. It pierced through the sky and directly swept towards Lian Qingrong's ancient ice dragon vein spirit. This arrow was accompanied by lightning and thunder. The green light dazzled the world and pierced through the ancient ice dragon's body. It devoured its vitality and corroded the runes. Roar! The ancient ice dragon roared. The dragon soared into the sky and its huge body rolled. The surrounding ice power was rolling, but it was unable to freeze that terrifying energy light arrow. Roar! In the blink of an eye, the red-bone horse monkey roared and hissed. Its aura was brimming with vitality as it communicated with the heavens and earth. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, revealing a kind of origin energy that came from the heavens and earth. Endless dazzling light burst forth as a fist that carried the destructive power of 3 types of spiritual thunders directly smashed into the ferocious head of the primordial ice dragon. Rumble, the void trembled. Under the bombardment of the energy arrow and the red-bone horse monkey, the clear and beautiful primordial ice dragon vein soul was finally unable to resist. It roared angrily and cracked, quietly turning into fragments. After that, it turned into broken and resplendent ice runes. It was as if the sky was filled with ice and frost that poured down from the void like a dream. Puqi, the vein spirit, was shattered. At the same time, Lian Qingrong opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. The vein spirit was shattered. This was an absolute heavy injury. You deliberately led me into this ruin? Lian Qingrong staggered back. She looked at the ancient bow in Dongli Qingqing's hand and seemed to have understood something. This ruin must be related to her. No wonder she disappeared after entering this canyon. After chasing me for so many days, it's time to pay the price. Dongli Qingqing did not say much. Her beautiful figure soared into the sky. She intended to join hands with Du Xiaofu to deal with Lian Qingrong. At this moment, she did not hold back her nirvana qi and covered the entire void. Lian Qingrong's eyes flickered. Facing Du Xiaofu in front of her, she was already helpless. At this moment, with the addition of that fairy-like moving woman, she was very clear that she was afraid that she would not be able to resist. You want to leave? Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed with purplish gold light as he formed hand seals. Ancient runes appeared on his body, and 1 rune turned into 8. The 8 ancient runes once again faintly turned into 64 runes. They were arranged in a mysterious way in the void, forming a pattern that was neither round nor square, enveloping the entire area. Boom! When these 64 ancient runes were arranged, the space of the divine domain trembled, and an ancient and strange aura seeped out from the void. In the void where the 64 ancient runes were arranged and twisted, the space solidified and the ripples in the void became chaotic. Lian Qingrong's eyes were filled with vigilance. In this frozen void there was a terrifying power at this moment. There was wind, rain, thunder and lightning, there was a change in heaven and earth, and there was chaos in the mountains and lake. It was enough to make his heart tremble. Not good, what kind of strange technique is this? In the next instant, Lian Qingrong discovered that she was trapped within. At that moment, as he moved, the entire space became chaotic, and it also bound her. It was as if she was trapped in a world, and was completely controlled by the other party. Her heart instantly trembled. Not good. At this moment, Lian Qingrong's expression changed completely. Her eyes seemed to be filled with snow and glaciers moving. At this moment, she realized that she had underestimated the guy in front of her. Puff! Lian Qingrong's hand seals changed rapidly. She spat out a mouthful of blood essence and wrapped it in her hand seals. The runes on her body intertwined, and her body emitted a light like ice and snow. Boom! In an instant, the aura in Lian Qingrong's body soared, and the terrifying aura shook the void. The surrounding void and the 64 runes pattern that Du Xiaofu had just arranged were shaking. The aura and fluctuation made one's primordial spirit fearful, as if heaven and earth were about to shatter. Break! Lian Qingrong shouted. The terrifying aura erupted like a volcano, and the power soared in an instant. It broke through the rune pattern space that Du Xiaofu had arranged, causing the surrounding void to be filled with cracks. Tai Qing demon-subduing arrow. But at the same time, Dongli Qingqing made her move. 3 arrows in a row pierced through the void. The qi of fiend gods rolled, and the bright green light was dazzling. Wherever the arrows passed, the void was filled with cracks. It was too fast. Lian Qingrong, who had just escaped, had no time to avoid it. She tried her best to block it. Dong, but Lian Qingrong only blocked 2 arrows. The third arrow was like a green thunderbolt, emitting a bright green light, causing the void to constantly collapse and collapse. Finally, it pierced through Lian Qingrong's palm. There were white runes and dark red blood pouring out. Puff! Lian Qingrong spat out blood again. At the same time, her figure was also shaken back. Like a flash of lightning, she rushed to the side of the 8th maidservant without any pause. She burst into a white light and took the 8th maidservant away quickly. That speed was too fast. Dongli Qingqing was 1 step slower. She wanted to continue to chase, but looking at Du Xiaofu, who was suddenly in a daze, she did not chase after them. Still lacking a bit. Du Xiaofu was in a daze. There were 8 runes flickering in front of him. There were mountains and lakes moving, golden light resplendent, colorful light dazzling, lightning filling the air, mist faintly discernible, and flames rising, the first life, the second life, the third life, the fourth life, the fifth life, the wandering soul, the returning soul, the 8 ancient runes lingered. They were all comprehended by Du Xiaofu from the life-saving talisman. Afterwards, the 8 ancient runes quietly dissipated. He murmured softly, still lacking a bit. Du Xiaofu withdrew his aura and his gaze became clear again. His soul turned into a silver-gold arc of lightning, shooting into his forehead. As the violet celestial tower boiled, it was also withdrawn into the celestial tower within him. Looking at Dongli Qingqing before him, a faint smile spread across his face. He said, "Fortunately, you're fine. Otherwise, I would definitely have torn that successor of the Great Snow Mountain apart." Dongli Qingqing glanced at the woman surnamed Su in the distance. She knew why Du Xiaofu had appeared here. She was moved and her heart rippled. She opened her red lips slightly and said, "I'm fine. This place is connected to the ancestors of my clan. The spirit of my demon-subduing Tai Qing Bao has always been here. It has finally returned." How terrifying! Du Xiaofu looked at the ancient Bao in Dongli Qingqing's hand and his heart trembled inside. The Bao was extraordinary. Its power was even more terrifying than the true saint weapon of legalism, the halberd of the sacred void. This is the treasure of my clan. It's a medium-grade saint weapon. Dongli Qingqing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu, then put away the demon-subduing Taiqing Bao in her hand. Just what is the background of your clan? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. Back in the Great Luan sect, he had heard the fourth elder, Jialo Yi, mention that Dongli Qingqing came from a large clan, but it seemed to have gradually declined. It's too important. It's related to the ancient times. But now I'm the only one left. The Great Luan sect was only left behind by my clan's ancestors in the outside world. They are my clan's converts. It's a long story. I'll tell you later, Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. She had entered the divine domain this time to find the lost spirit of the demon-subduing Taiqing Bao other than to obtain the legendary greatest fortune. With the clues on her body, Dongli Qingqing finally found the approximate location. In the end, she met the successor of the Great Snow Mountain outside. Then, she entered the canyon ruins with the clues on her body. Du Xiaofu nodded and did not ask any more questions. He said to Dongli Qingqing, "You should stay by my side in the future. Don't come and go like a ghost. I'm worried. You're still at the Nirvana realm, and I'm already at the Nirvana realm. What are you worried about?" Dongli Qingqing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu, but her heart was moved. Her delicate face was a little rosy, and she was tender and beautiful. She knew that he cared. "Then I'll follow you." Du Xiaofu did not mind. He smiled and said, "Anyway, it's fine as long as you're by my side." Dragons, School of Vertical and Horizontal Legalism. "There aren't enough people looking for trouble with you," Dongli Qingqing said. "You're my woman. Even if I die, I won't let you be in danger." Du Xiaofu looked at Dongli Qingqing seriously. He paused for a moment and said, "I know what happened on Tianwang mainland back then. I'll take responsibility." Dongli Qingqing was stunned. When they were on the Great Wheel sect, she guessed that he might know at a glance that the seductive woman who disguised herself as a man back then was also by his side. "She told you?" Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu. Her slender hands clenched her sleeves, and she felt a little helpless. Back then, everything happened in the illusion realm. Her primordial spirit was affected, and that was why that happened. However, at this moment she felt like she was a thief. Chapter 1642. Even I know about it. Du Xiaofu gazed at Dongli Qingqing. He took a step forward in the air and held her hands that seemed to be at a loss. "Back then, you left without saying goodbye because of this, right? No matter what, you are my woman. I will definitely take responsibility." "You who wants you to take responsibility?" Dongli Qingqing wanted to pull her hands back, but discovered that he was holding them tightly. She was unable to free herself. After struggling for a while, she decided to give up. However, at this moment, her cheeks were so red that it seemed like water could be squeezed out. She rolled her eyes and glared at Du Xiaofu. "If you don't want me, I will still take responsibility," Du Xiaofu said very seriously. Gazing at Dongli Qingqing, he said seriously, "Then, it's settled." In your dreams, on Dongli Qingqing's exquisite face, her charming eyes glared at Du Xiaofu. She kept feeling that something was wrong. She seemed to be at a disadvantage, but she couldn't put her finger on it. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, has a close relationship with that beautiful woman. Seeing the conversation between Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, Big Lan and Little Lan were astonished. No wonder the Demon King had rushed here with no regard for his life. So it turned out that the beautiful woman actually had a close relationship with him. The woman surnamed Su looked at Dongli Qingqing. Such an exquisite and peerlessly beautiful woman made her pale in comparison. She didn't say anything. Walala, at this moment, the ancient ruins in the surroundings were almost completely destroyed. The mist that shrouded the vast world was also slowly dissipating. "Let's leave this place first." Du Xiaofu pulled Dongli Qingqing through the air and landed beside the woman surnamed Su. Looking at Yunmu, he suddenly thought of something and said, Yun Mu, can you find that guy who just escaped? No problem. He's severely injured and can't run far. Even if he's in here, give me some time and I'll be able to find him. Yun Mu was full of confidence. Search immediately. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a malicious smile, and a faint cold light flashed across his eyes. Yes, master. As soon as Yun Mu finished speaking, his body was instantly suffused with light while a sharp and strange squeaking sound suddenly resounded from his mouth, and it pierced through space and spread towards the distance. Creak, creak. Soon after, there were many strange squeaks echoing outside the ruins canyon, and then they gradually disappeared. Master, I believe that it won't be long before we receive news. That fellow won't be able to escape, Yun Mu said. She seemed to be eager to see the world plunged into chaos. However, she did not dare to look Dongli Qingqing in the eye. Back then, she had led a group of people to attack Dongli Qingqing. From the looks of it, her relationship with her master was not a small matter. It's the cloud-swallowing wolf shrew. Hearing Yun Mu's voice, Dongli Qingqing was a little surprised. She recognized Yun Mu's identity. Back then, the densely packed cloud-swallowing wolf shrews had caused her a lot of trouble. Well, she will follow us in the future. Du Xiaofu nodded. With the beast-controlling technique, Yun Mu would be loyal. In this space of the divine domain, it seemed to be even more useful. You want to find the descendant of the Great Snow Mountain? Dongli Qingqing's eyes moved slightly. Since he dared to touch my woman, I naturally can't let him off easily. I'm not done with him, Du Xiaofu said. Lian Qingrong had suffered an absolute injury, and now was the best time to deal with him. Du Xiaofu had a lot of experience in beating a drowning dog. He has suffered a serious injury. It's time to deal with him, but after all, he is at the peak of the Nirvana real self. If he is anxious, even if we can kill him together, I'm afraid we will have to pay a heavy price. Dongli Qingqing helplessly glanced at Du Xiaofu and said sternly. A Nirvana real self was at the last moment, and once he went all out it was absolutely terrible. Even if we can't kill him, we have to make him suffer. Du Xiaofu didn't intend to let that guy go easily. He wanted to take advantage of his illness to kill him. After that guy recovered from his injury, it would be difficult to deal with him. In this space of the divine domain, Du Xiaofu knew that he had a lot of enemies. Even if he couldn't kill that guy, he absolutely couldn't let him recover in peace. Otherwise, it would be a problem in the future. That's true. If we join forces, we won't be afraid of him. Dongli Qingqing nodded. She and the guy in front of her had been together for so long. They had met in the Savage Beast mountain range and honed together in the dark forest. She naturally understood his character. Swoosh, swoosh, after a while, several people left the ruins and retreated from the canyon. They didn't encounter any more danger, and the ancient remnant formation had completely disappeared. In the vast ancient forest, there were no more runes flickering from time to time, and the thick fog began to dissipate. However, the clouds that covered the sky had existed for countless years, and it wouldn't dissipate in a short period of time. With Yun Mu around, the group would not encounter too many dangers in this ancient and cold forest. Hence, they felt much more relaxed. Why does your Nirvana real self have 7 divine rings? In the ancient forest, Du Xiaofu asked Dongli Qingqing curiously. It's related to the profound that I've comprehended. I've made some progress in the divine domain, and the divine domain is filled with mysteries unknown to mortals. With the help of the Tai Ching demon subduing Bao's soul, I was able to make further progress and break through the Nirvana real self. Dongli Qingqing said, I was originally a lesser sovereign Nirvana real self, and now it should be the legendary natal sovereign Nirvana real self. It's also called Nirvana real self. It's using one's own profound to achieve enlightenment. Natal sovereign Nirvana real self. Du Xiaofu seemed to be touched. The natal sovereign Nirvana real self seemed to be a step further than the lesser sovereign Nirvana real self. Half-step sovereign, lesser sovereign Nirvana real self, Natal Sovereign Nirvana Real Self, Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self, Du Xiaofu murmured in his heart. He suddenly thought of something. Among the various Nirvana levels, could the Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self be the end? The Lesser Sovereign Nirvana Real Self could go one step further to the Natal Sovereign Nirvana Real Self, or even the Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self. But if the Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self wasn't the end, then what could one achieve? Pondering in his heart, Du Xiaofu lowered his head and walked in the forest. However, he fell into deep thought. Could his Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self go one step further? If he could succeed, it would allow him to ascend again. Is the Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self the end? Du Xiaofu asked Dongli Qingqing. As far as I know, the Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self is the end since ancient times. There aren't many people who can step into the Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self in this world. Dongli Qingqing said. Looking at Du Xiaofu, her eyes rippled and said, however, what I know is also limited. Perhaps in ancient times, when geniuses were everywhere and sovereigns were everywhere, there were sovereigns who had stepped into the Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self. Even if it's the end since ancient times, can I take another step? Du Xiaofu said softly. The Grand Sovereign Nirvana Real Self was also a path taken by the predecessors. However, if he wanted to take another step forward, where should he go? The path in front of him was full of confusion, and he couldn't find a place to settle down. What are they talking about? I don't understand. Hearing the conversation between Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing, De Lan and Xiao Lan felt like they were in the clouds. They couldn't understand at all. The woman surnamed Su smiled at the two girls and said, if you can understand, you won't be far from taking another step forward. Squeak, squeak, all of a sudden, a familiar squeaking sound rang out from the quiet forest. The ground began to tremble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a few cloud-swallowing wolf shrews quietly emerged from the ground and squeaked at the cloud dog as if they were trying to say something. After that, they quietly burrowed back into the ground and disappeared. Master, I found traces of that guy. It's not far ahead. Yun Mu said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile. Since he found that guy, he naturally couldn't let him have an easy time. Swish. Several hours later, in a valley in the vast forest, thick fog billowed. Suddenly, there was a violent energy fluctuation, and a purple-gold lightning sword slashed down from the void. When this sword appeared, lightning surged and the void was shattered. A pitch-black spatial crack swallowed everything and directly fell down. Rumble, the entire valley was split open, and a huge ravine was formed. Gravel shot out and the earth shook. Bastard! Sharp curses rang out in the void, and then everything disappeared. In the messy valley there were some bloodstains, but Lian Qing's face was nowhere to be seen. He escaped quite quickly. Continue the chase. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared, and he put away the purple-gold heavenly tower. Rumble. Several hours later, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled on a cliff, and a purple thundercloud suddenly appeared. Zalala, terrifying lightning descended, and it was like purple pythons shuttling through the void. In an instant the entire cliff was destroyed and turned into ashes. Some people vomited blood, and some left dark red bloodstains in the ruins, but there was no one. That person from the great snow mountain ran faster than a rabbit. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared on the ruins, and he cursed in a low voice. Swish, swish, swish. 1 day later, on the mountain peak in the thick fog, there was a sudden burst of green light. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. 3 energy arrows suddenly pierced through the void, and the surrounding heaven and earth energy fluctuated violently, swallowing life and shattering the void. Puft, puft, someone vomited blood, and blood stains were left on the flattened mountain peak, but there was still no sign of the person. He escaped again. He really is the father of a rabbit, running so fast. Du Xiaofu appeared in the void, and he was filled with hatred. He couldn't even catch up. Master, that guy's injuries should be getting worse. He can't escape. Yun Mu smiled, and his rat-like teeth protruded. He continued to inform the cloud-devouring wolves in the forest to search. There was no way to escape their search. Next time, I must be prepared. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Although Lien Qingrong had escaped several times in a row, he reckoned that Lien Qingrong's injuries were getting worse. That pitiful sovereign. Big Lan and Little Lan followed behind, and their eyes were filled with shock. They could be considered to have witnessed the tragic process of the birth of a sovereign with their own eyes. That successor of the Great Snow Mountain, a dignified Nirvana sovereign, was originally so valiant and powerful, but now in front of this demon king, he was being chased everywhere and fled in a sorry state. Presumably, that sovereign's heart is definitely not feeling good right now. Big Lan and Little Lan sighed in their hearts. Big Lan and Little Lan's guess was right. At this moment, Lien Qingrong's heart was not only not feeling good, he was simply vomiting blood continuously. Lien Qingrong really didn't know how that kid knew where he was hiding. Although the several attempts to kill him didn't really do anything to him, and he was discovered in time, it also made him have to protect the 8 maidservants, and he suffered heavy injuries in a panic. Within this strange forest, it consumed a lot of Xian Qi and essence spirit energy. Although it seemed to have become more relaxed recently, it wasn't much better. Coupled with the continuous heavy injuries, even though Lien Qingrong was continuously consuming pills, it was difficult for it to have much effect, especially when his meridian spirit was shattered. If he wanted to recover, he would need an extremely long time. A shattered meridian spirit was an absolute heavy injury that couldn't be recovered in a short period of time. After a series of attacks, this successor of the Great Snow Mountain was already getting weaker and weaker. A dignified Nirvana sovereign was already infamous thousands of years ago. When Lien Qingrong entered the space of the divine territory, he was originally arrogant enough to look down on the world. Who would have thought that he would be in such a sorry state right now? Chapter 1643. Wait until I recover. I won't let that brat go. Lien Qingrong was furious, but at this moment, she was even more aggrieved, extremely aggrieved. Inside the abyss shrouded in fog, Lien Qingrong set up a formation around her before entering the abyss to heal. The severe injuries on her body made her almost powerless to escape. If it weren't for the continuous use of pills, she would have collapsed long ago. Voila! A moment later, inside the cave, Lien Qingrong sat cross-legged. After consuming some more natural treasures, snow-white runes surrounded her body. Inside the cave, the 8 beautiful maidservants were also sitting cross-legged, circulating their energy to heal their wounds. They were also in a sorry state and weak state, having suffered heavy injuries. However, it was clear that not much time had passed. In less than 4 hours, Lien Qingrong, who was shrouded in light, suddenly woke up. The light in her eyes was like snow, and her aura was sharp and cold. They've caught up again. Lien Qingrong's face twitched fiercely. Her expression was gloomy and ugly. The light on her body instantly retracted, and with a surge of bright white light, she disappeared from the cave with the 8 maidservants. Whoosh whoosh, in the blink of an eye, there was a bright white light from the abyss that tore through the void like lightning, instantly breaking through the air. Rumble! However, at the same time, the void around the entire abyss suddenly twisted and changed color. With a rumbling sound, the wind and clouds surged. The void was distorted, and an energy barrier enveloped it. In the vast space, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Vast dark clouds gathered, and a huge formation suddenly appeared in the sky. That demon king is actually a talisman master. In the distance, De Lan and Xiao Lan looked at the formation that suddenly appeared in the distance. The terrifying aura emanating from the formation made them tremble in fear even though they were far away. It was definitely not an ordinary formation. This time, that successor of the Great Snow Mountain probably won't be able to escape so easily. The woman surnamed Su spoke. Looking at the terrifying formation in the distance, Her beautiful eyes were also filled with waves. Chi-la-la, within the formation, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The terrifying aura was like a tide, and runes flickered like a rain of light. A vast and terrifying aura swept out, and several figures were shaken out of the void. Their figures were revealed. It was Lian Qingrong and the 8 maidservants who had just escaped. Not good. Lian Qingrong's expression changed greatly. She looked at the big formation in the void. It was not simple. No wonder she was wondering why the boy did not attack directly like the previous times. It turned out that he had set up a big formation secretly. At this moment, the 8 maidservants' faces were still deathly pale. One of the maidservants said to Lian Qingrong, "Sir, we are a burden to you. You should leave alone and don't worry about us. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape. Don't mention this again. You are my maidservants. How can I not care about you?" Lian Qingrong shouted in a low voice. She looked around and then looked at the void and said, "Come out, why are you hiding? I'm setting up a formation here openly. You're the one who's been hiding all along, aren't you?" With that, Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing's figures emerged from the formation. Looking at Lian Qingrong, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Thanks to the thick fog in the forest, which could block the breath and energy fluctuations, he was able to set up the formation smoothly. Otherwise, the descendant of the Great Snow Mountain would have been alerted. Du Xiaofu looked at Lian Qingrong with a faint smile and said, "Continue to escape. Why don't you escape?" Looking at Du Xiaofu, Lian Qingrong's handsome face twitched. Her eyes were cold. She glanced at Dongli Qingqing. Facing the two people, her life-saving talisman had disappeared. In her current situation, she was very clear about the consequences. "Boy, you don't have a life-saving talisman either. Even if you join forces, it will be a life and death struggle. It won't benefit anyone." Lian Qingrong's face was gloomy. What she said was the truth. Even if she was seriously injured and extremely weak, if it really came to the last step, everyone would be in a life and death struggle. No one would benefit. "Really? Didn't you want to subdue me? Why do you want to fight to the death now?" Du Xiaofu looked at Lian Qingrong with a smile and said, "You want to fight to the death. It's hard to say whether I will die in the end. However, you will definitely die. So, I won't lose out. The one who will lose out is you. I don't mind doing this deal." Lian Qingrong's face twitched violently. She had never thought that there would be a Nirvana reincarnator who dared to be so arrogant in front of her. At this moment, she was helpless. No need to say more. "You have to pay the price for chasing me for so long," Dongli Qingqing said with a clear voice. Her clear eyes revealed a fierce look. She directly called out the Tai Ching demon-subduing bow. Terrifying fiend god Qi swept out. The light was dazzling, causing the entire formation to be stirred. In an instant, the bow was released and 3 arrows directly pierced through the space. Qi, Qi, Qi. The 3 arrows bloomed brightly and illuminated the formation. The 3 pitch-black space cracks swallowed the light, distorted the void, and swept toward Lian Qingrong like lightning. "All of you be careful." Lian Qingrong's expression changed greatly. She said to the 8 maidservants behind her. In a panic, she had already used all her strength. She called out the heavenly ice blade and placed it in front of her. She erupted with a vast aura. Her eyes were like moving glaciers, and the surroundings were covered in white snow. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. The 3 energy light arrows were blocked by the heavenly ice blade. The golden halberd clanged and the runes shattered. The 3 energy light arrows were blocked and dissipated. However, Lian Qingrong's body was continuously shaken and she spat out 3 mouthfuls of dark red blood. Pong, pong, pong. At the same time, several attacks from the formation were like thunder. They directly engulfed Lian Qingrong's body and caused her to bleed again. Qi. This was within the formation that he had set up. Du Xiaofu's figure strangely appeared in front of Lian Qingrong, who was continuously shaken. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a strange smile. At this moment, this was within the formation that Du Xiaofu had set up himself. It was also within the space of the God domain. There would be no stronger experts coming in to spy on them. Finally, he could reveal his final trump card. A strange smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. At the same time, a purple flowing light accompanied by purple thunderclouds swept out from Du Xiaofu's palm. Lightning flowed. Suddenly, an aura that made people's hearts palpitate immediately pervaded the air. Rumble! The purple flowing light expanded in an instant. It was a huge purple three-legged cauldron that was thousands of feet long. Mysterious lightning patterns spread on it, and thunderclouds rolled in the vast sky around it. The wind and clouds in the void of this formation suddenly changed color. Streaks of thunder exploded, filled with palpitating lightning, and a monstrous aura of destruction pervaded the air. That is, at this moment, Lian Qingrong raised her head. The depths of her mind suddenly trembled and throbbed. That aura of destruction made her soul tremble. Go! Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed. The three-legged cauldron instantly turned upside down and rotated. The surrounding space was completely distorted, revealing a huge deep hole, like a black hole. Around this strange black hole, purple thunderclouds surged endlessly. The black hole seemed to have merged with the void. Streaks of purple lightning were densely packed, like a purple waterfall hanging in the void. A powerful thunderous pressure emanated from it, capable of destroying all things. Boom! The three-legged cauldron turned upside down, like a black hole descending. This was the purple thunder profound cauldron. Purple electric arcs with terrifying energy fluctuations pervaded from it. The surrounding space, along with the zzz sound of the purple electric arcs pervading the air, collapsed inch by inch. Rumble, streaks of purple lightning rushed out of the thunderclouds. Purple lightning flowed in the rolling thunderclouds. After a moment, dazzling purple electric arcs poured down. In an instant, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky, densely covering the surrounding space. Oh no! At this moment, Lian Qingrong really felt a chill spreading from the bottom of her heart. In front of this amazing thunder power, her primordial spirit was trembling. Boom! Lian Qingrong broke out with all her strength. White snow rolled all over the sky, freezing the space, and the ice sky blade struck out, but everything was useless. That frightening purple electric arc black hole, accompanied by an unstoppable destructive force, enveloped Lian Qingrong within, unable to resist. Then, everything in front of her eyes turned pitch black. The purple thunder profound cauldron turned upside down, enveloping Lian Qingrong and the 8 frightened maidservants in the distance. Finally, it shrank in an instant, turned into a purple electric arc, and swept back to Du Xiaofu's palm, quietly disappearing. Du Xiaofu smiled. This time, he finally did not let the successor of the Great Snow Mountain escape. After being kept in the purple thunder profound cauldron, that guy could not escape. Chapter 1644. Dongli Qingqing was not surprised by Du Xiaofu's purple thunder profound cauldron. She had already obtained the divine thunder body tempering technique back in the Tianhuang continent. Back on the Tianhuang cliff, Du Xiaofu had used the purple thunder profound cauldron to help the Tianhuang leopard, blue fantasy, scarlet rock, scarlet pheasant, and other divine thunder body tempering technique. She was there. He has a great background. What do you plan to do with him? Dongli Qingqing asked Du Xiaofu. She did not expect to be able to keep the successor of the Great Snow Mountain in the divine thunder cauldron. You know the origin of the Great Snow Mountain? Du Xiaofu was a little curious. He had only heard of the Great Snow Mountain from Su Muxin and Qi Yeshi, and it seemed to be related to some ancient inheritance. I know a little. Rumor has it that the Great Snow Mountain has existed since the Great Dragon Phoenix Tribulation, but there are very few of them. The outside world doesn't even know where the Great Snow Mountain is, but every time they enter the world, they will tell the world that they came from the Great Snow Mountain. They travel everywhere and seem to know everything in the world. It is said that they have always been promoting the deeds of the dragon god and the supreme expert who stopped the great calamity of heaven and earth, warning the world that if the great calamity of heaven and earth were to happen again, it would be the end of the world. The Great Snow Mountain was once called School of Novelists by the world, along with Buddhism, Taoism, Moism, School of Famous Scholars, School of Yin-Yang, School of Vertical and Horizontal, and so on. However, because of their small ways, they were not valued by the world and eventually died out. Dongli Qingqing looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "I've only heard of it. Whether it's true or not has yet to be verified. After all, it was a long time ago." The School of Novelists has always promoted the deeds of the supreme expert who stopped the great calamity of heaven and earth and the dragon god. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched. If the successor of the Great Snow Mountain was related to the dragon god and the master of 3,000 cosmoses, he could not do anything to that kid. What do you plan to do with him? He is the successor of the Great Snow Mountain. I think he is the only successor of the Great Snow Mountain now, said Dongli Qingqing. Let's go and ask him. Du Xiaofu pondered for a moment. Then, he summoned the purple thunder profound cauldron again and controlled it with the pulse soul red pheasant monkey's body. Since they were inside the formation, he was not afraid that the purple thunder profound cauldron would be exposed. He brought Dongli Qingqing into the purple thunder profound cauldron. Rumble! Above the purple lightning profound cauldron, purple thunderclouds roiled as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The terrifying aura of destruction caused the eighth maidservant's heart to palpitate in fear. Divine Thunder Cauldron, that's the Divine Thunder Cauldron. That brat is controlling a Divine Thunder Cauldron. In the void, Lian Qingrong's white battle robe was stained with blood. On her pale face, her eyes were trembling, as if she had seen the most shocking thing. He actually knows about the Divine Lightning Cauldron. Du Xiaofu and Dongli Qingqing appeared in the void. Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve and the rolling purple thunderclouds around them also disappeared quietly. "Who the hell are you? Why do you have a godly thunder cauldron on you?" Lian Qingrong stared at Du Xiaofu, her gaze fluctuating. "You know quite a lot. You can recognize the godly thunder cauldron." Du Xiaofu said, "There are 9 godly thunder cauldrons. They were suppressing the evil spirits in Kyushu. Rumor has it that they have already disappeared. How can one be on you? Could it be that you are related to the evil spirits?" Lian Qingrong suddenly trembled and revealed a shocked expression. "You are the one who is related to the evil spirits." Du Xiaofu stared at Lian Qingrong and said, "How much do you know about the godly thunder cauldron? Why should I tell you? Do you think you can do anything to me just because you can trap me?" Lian Qingrong stared at Du Xiaofu. That brat indeed did not seem to be related to the evil spirit. The corner of her mouth curved into a cold smile, full of arrogance. Even if she was already a prisoner, she was still proud. "Because this is my territory." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. "Falling into your hands means that my cultivation is not enough. I have let down the sect, unable to fulfill my promise to revitalize the sect. I have let down the ancestors of the sect," Lian Qingrong said with a somewhat melancholy expression. Then she looked straight at Du Xiaofu and said, "But brat, do you think you can make me bow my head just because you can trap me now? You can kill me, but I, the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, will never bow my head. If you want to know anything from me, you should give up. It doesn't matter. If you don't tell me, I can search your primordial spirit. When the time comes, I will refine your body into a puppet. Its power will definitely be extraordinary." Du Xiaofu said, "Brat, you are still too young. I know your primordial spirit is not weak, but unfortunately, if you want to search my primordial spirit, I'm afraid you still can't do it. You can use the Divine Thunder Cauldron to trap me, but I guarantee that before you can touch me, if I want to self-destruct, you will not be able to stop me. You will get nothing." Lian Qingrong sneered. He was the only successor of the Great Snow Mountain. His name was Lian Qingrong. Even if he died, he would never let anyone touch his body and primordial spirit. That would be an insult to him. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Although he had a lot of confidence in the power of his primordial spirit, he was still afraid that he would not be able to stop the successor of the Great Snow Mountain from self-destructing. Du Xiaofu did not care if the successor of the Great Snow Mountain self-destructed. However, this guy still had a divine implement on him. If he self-destructed, it would be a great loss. Moreover, this guy seemed to be related to the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God. It doesn't matter if you self-destruct. When you die, your maidservants are not bad. They should be able to be sold for a good price. It should not be a problem to exchange them for a few treasures. Du Xiaofu said indifferently. It was obvious that this guy cared a lot about the maidservants around him. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Dongli Qingqing could not help but secretly glare at Du Xiaofu. Boy, what do you want to do? At this moment, Lian Qingrong's expression suddenly changed. To him, the 8 maidservants seemed to be more important than his own life. Shameless guy, you want to use me to threaten my master? Dream on. The 8 maidservants glared at Du Xiaofu. Almost at the same time, the aura of the 8 maidservants surged and shone brightly. She was going to self-destruct to prevent her master from being threatened. Chi-chi in the void, several fingerprints had already swept out and turned into handprints that imprisoned the 8 maidservants at the same time. Rumble, Lian Qingrong wanted to intervene, but she could not do anything in the purple thunder profound cauldron. She was isolated by the sudden appearance of a large amount of purple gold thunderbolts. How am I shameless? I'm not doing anything to you. I'm just selling you. I believe that with your purple color and strength, there will be many people who will like you. The price will definitely not be low. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and imprisoned the 8 maidservants. Boy, if you have the ability, come at me. They are just maidservants and have nothing to do with them. As a Nirvana realm expert, do you only have this little ability to attack a few maidservants? Lian Qingrong gloomily stared at Du Xiaofu. You dare to touch my women, but I can't touch your maidservants? I'll sell them all someday. What can you do to me? Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice. What do you want? Lian Qingrong looked directly at Du Xiaofu, her eyes twitching. What is the relationship between the Great Snow Mountain and the Dragon God and the Supreme Expert who sealed the evil spirit? Du Xiaofu asked. This was what he wanted to know. Lian Qingrong looked at the 8 maidservants imprisoned by Du Xiaofu. After a moment, she was forced to compromise and said to Du Xiaofu, in ancient times, the ancestors of my sect had followed the Dragon God and the Supreme Expert who sealed the evil spirit. When the evil spirit broke the seal, the catastrophe of the world would come again. My Great Snow Mountain had always warned the world to be careful, but no one believed us. We were not valued by the world and were secretly suppressed. But my sect said that when the catastrophe of the world came again, the 9 divine thunder cauldrons would also gather. As long as my Great Snow Mountain had one successor, he would have to follow the owner of the divine thunder cauldron to resist the catastrophe of the world. Du Xiaofu was secretly moved. He did not doubt Lian Qingrong's words. The gathering of the 9 cauldrons was not something that ordinary people would know. You have sealed yourself for so many years. What is your purpose in entering the space of the divine realm? Du Xiaofu continued to ask, with a faint golden light flashing in his eyes. This is the last time the space of the divine realm is opened. It is said that there is the greatest opportunity left by the Supreme Expert who sealed the evil spirit. I am the only one left in my Great Snow Mountain. I am looking for the revitalization of my Great Snow Mountain to face the catastrophe of the world soon. Lian Qingrong said. Well, submit to me. Du Xiaofu said to Lian Qingrong. Why? You are a great supreme nirvana. In the space of the divine realm, I also have the opportunity to go further. I am already at the peak of nirvana of real self, but you are still at nirvana of nirvana. You are still too young in front of me. If I was in my heyday, you would not be able to do anything to me in a one-on-one fight. You want me to submit to you? You are overestimating yourself, Lien Qingrong said in a deep voice. He wanted to subdue the kid in front of him, but he did not expect that in just a few months this kid actually wanted him to submit to him now. You are the descendant of the great snow mountain. You have to follow the owner of the divine thunder cauldron to fight against the catastrophe of the world. I am the owner of the divine thunder cauldron. You will not feel wronged if you submit to me, Du Xiaofu said. There are 9 divine lightning cauldrons, you only have one, right? Could it be that you want me to follow 9 people? 9 divine lightning cauldrons are gathered together, that's why I'm following them. I'm only following them, I'm not submitting. Lien Qingrong said. Well, I will give you a chance to recover to your heyday. When the time comes, you and I will fight. If I lose, I will let you and your maid go. If I win, you will submit to me, Du Xiaofu said. Originally, he wanted to teach this guy a lesson. However, the ancestor of his sect had followed the dragon god. That was little Xingxing's father. His divine thunder cauldron was also the owner of the 3,000 great worlds. Naturally, it was not good to make a move. And Lien Qingrong's natural beauty and talent also tempted Du Xiaofu. He wanted to subdue her and thought highly of her. You have a divine thunder cauldron. Even if I recover to my heyday, you will not be defeated. Lien Qingrong was very clear that he could not subdue the divine thunder cauldron. You and I will fight with our true strength. We will not use any treasures. Du Xiaofu looked at Lien Qingrong and said, This is my bottom line. The divine thunder cauldron is very important. You already know that now. If you can't become my person, I will not keep you. Lien Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu and did not hesitate anymore. He nodded and said, Well, 1 month later we will fight with our true strength. If you lose, let go of my maid. We will not have any relationship in the future. I will keep my mouth shut about the divine thunder cauldron in your hands. If I lose, I will submit to you. But you will not have this chance. Lien Qingrong did not want to drag on for too long. He had a secret method. Even if he could not recover to his heyday in a month's time, he would be almost recovered. And the longer it dragged on, the worse it would be for him. From the last time they met until now, only a few months had passed. His strength had improved tremendously, so he had to be on guard. Chapter 1645. All right, 1 month it is. Du Xiaofu nodded. A misty light shot out from his glabella, bringing with it a boundless qi that distorted the space inside the purple thunder profound cauldron. Then, in front of the 8 maidservants and Lien Qingrong's surprise, Du Xiaofu dissolved the 8 maidservants' restriction and said, Go inside and treat your injuries, it will save you a lot of time. Lien Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu and entered without any doubt. The 8 maidservants were vigilant, but they also followed Lien Qingrong in a hurry, afraid to stay by Du Xiaofu's side for too long. After a while, after exiting the purple thunder profound cauldron, the scarlet demonic monkey's primordial spirit withdrew. Du Xiaofu withdrew the formation and said to Dongli Qingqing, I will be in seclusion for 3 days in this place. I will protect you. Dongli Qingqing nodded. She knew that Du Xiaofu's seclusion was related to Lien Qingrong. 1 month in the desolate ancient space was equivalent to 3 days in the outside world. 3 days later, they would have a crucial battle. Swoosh, swoosh, seeing the formation being withdrawn, the Su lady, Yunzhan, and the others flew over. I will be in seclusion for 3 days. You can wait for me here or leave first. Du Xiaofu said to the Su lady and the others. Then, he handed the desolate ancient space to Dongli Qingqing and entered the desolate ancient space himself. The Su lady's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not choose to leave. In the center of the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. He was not confident about the battle with Lien Qingrong in 1 month. However, Lien Qingrong's fear of the divine thunder cauldron gave Du Xiaofu a little more confidence. In terms of physical strength, he also had his own reliance. In a real battle, he had to comprehend more of his ultimacy in this 1 month. A moment later, Du Xiaofu entered a state of comprehension. The ancient runes on his body flickered, sometimes splitting into 8, sometimes splitting into 64. During the 1 month in the desolate ancient space, Du Xiaofu wanted to improve the Upanishads he had comprehended in the life-saving talisman. During the battle with Lien Qingrong, he had comprehended something. I keep feeling like I'm missing something. Just a little bit more. A moment later, Du Xiaofu opened his eyes. Golden light fluctuated in his eyes, and the ancient runes on his body flickered. Recently, he had been immersed in the comprehension derived from the life-saving talisman, but he always felt that something was missing. Including the battle with Lien Qingrong a few days ago, if he could further comprehend the life-saving talisman, it would not be easy for Lien Qingrong to escape the next time he trapped her with 8 talismans. The first life, the second life, the third life, the fourth life, the fifth life, wandering soul, returning soul, 8 ancient runes hovered in front of Du Xiaofu, corresponding to the 8 words in his mouth. He murmured softly, "Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. I keep feeling like déjà vu, there's something in common. Right, the 8 gates universe formation." Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. He remembered the 8 gates universe formation. It was an 8-star Nirvana-level talisman formation he had found on the 9th floor of the Hehuan School's universe building. The 8 gates referred to the 8 different spatial positions determined by the 8 trigrams and the Qimen Duanjia. Gate of opening, gate of rest, gate of life, gate of pain, gate of limit, gate of view, gate of surprise, gate of death. The first life, the second life, the third life, the fourth life, the fifth life, wandering soul, returning soul. Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed very excited, as if he had found something in common. He immediately immersed himself in comprehension again. The 8 talismans on his body were constantly deducing, arranging, and deriving. Gantian, Kuandi, Zhenlei, Sunfeng, Kanshui, Lihua, Zhenshan, Duize. Du Xiaofu muttered. The 8 ancient talismans arranged themselves in a mysterious manner around his body. They were connected in a mysterious arc, distorting the void. Tianfeng Go, Luo Shui, Huahua, Huahua, Lei Diyu, Feng Tian Shao, Water Luanjie, Shan Huaben, Lei Fu. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals condensed at the same time, the 8 ancient talismans changed. Some talismans were shining with golden light, some were shining with white light, some were spreading with lightning, some were misty, some were rising with raging flames, and some were whistling with strong winds. Several months had passed since the opening of the divine domain. On the Chunhuang mainland, there were still people being sent out by the life-saving talismans every day. However, as time passed, fewer and fewer people were sent out by the life-saving talismans. The experts on the Chunhuang mainland knew that the reason why fewer people were sent out by the life-saving talismans was not because the dangers in the divine domain were decreasing. Instead, it was because most of the people had already lost their life-saving talismans. Once they were in danger, they might really die in the divine domain. The desolate country is going to prosper. Du Yunlong and Yi Piaoling have achieved nirvana. Just in the desolate country alone, there are already a few nirvana supremes. I'm afraid no one can stop the desolate country from prospering. The news of Yi Piaoling and Du Yunlong achieving nirvana in the divine domain had already been spread out. It had also shaken the world. The desolate country, which was not big, already had a few nirvana supremes. Such a lineup could not help but move the major forces around. It's said that Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger and some Purple Dragon Emperor are leading the younger generation of the desolate country. They are wantonly dealing with the legalism, dragons and school of vertical and horizontal. Not only that, There are also the school of Inyang, school of Mo and the school of Farmer supporting them. In short, the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons are probably regretting their actions. The people on the Chunhuang mainland waited quietly. From time to time there would be discussions to pass the time. It did not take long for the people on the Chunhuang mainland to get hold of the various news in the divine domain. There were constantly people being sent out by the life-saving talismans, and they would bring out all kinds of news. Some people had obtained ancient inheritances, some people had obtained treasures, and so on. All of these were enough to make the experts outside the divine domain excited. Recently, there hasn't been any news of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, going on a killing spree. I'm really not used to it. An expert on the Chunhuang mainland spoke. It had been a long time since there had been news of the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and he missed him very much. It's better if there isn't any news of the Demon King. The last time, the Demon King alone had already killed half of the legalism. He had also killed several descendants of the true dragons and 2 supremes. If there's any more news, I'm afraid the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal and dragons, will have no one left in the divine domain. An expert snickered. Humph. Hearing the discussions around them, Qin Tianshi, Li Chunfa, Gongsun Hua, Long Ting, and the others' faces were extremely gloomy. In the divine domain, in the dense primordial forest, the dense fog that had affected the primordial spirit and celestial qi was dissipating one after another. However, the fog did not dissipate too quickly. The primordial forest had been covered by the fog for at least 10,000 years. It would probably take a few more years for the fog to completely dissipate. Above the abyss, Dongli Qingqing sat cross-legged, her eyes closed as she rested. Whoosh! At some point in time, dazzling ancient runes appeared in the surrounding fog. They poured down like a rain of light and gathered above the abyss. The dazzling light, accompanied by the fog that could not be dispersed, was like a dream or a fantasy. The woman surnamed Su, Yunmu, Dalan, and Xiaolan, who were resting with their eyes closed, were startled awake. They all looked towards Dongli Qingqing. The dreamy rain of light enveloped Dongli Qingqing. Dongli Qingqing opened her eyes. A misty light appeared in her palm, exuding a boundless aura. She recognized that the ancient rune light rain was related to Du Xiaofu. At this moment it was connected to the primordial space, becoming one with it. It was extremely mysterious. It's him who caused the commotion. It's only been a day. He should have improved, Dongli Qingqing murmured softly, a smile on her face. Swish! At the same time, the primordial space spiraled out from Dongli Qingqing's palm, releasing a misty light. A boundless aura spread out, and even space began to distort, giving off an illusory feeling. Then, a purple-robed figure stepped out from within, his body wrapped in 8 resplendent runes. When Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out, his body was also wrapped in 8 dazzling ancient runes. He quietly stood in the abyss with his eyes tightly shut. Runes of various colors, each containing different types of energy, continuously surged from the void. Walala! The entire space trembled as the mist surged in the surroundings. The ancient runes constantly arranged themselves and grew, wrapping around Du Xiaofu's body. They surged into Du Xiaofu's body with 8 types of energy, continuing to cleanse Du Xiaofu's body and forge his soul. The aura on Du Xiaofu's body began to grow stronger. What a strange presence! What's wrong with him? The Demon King, Du Xiaofu's presence is rising. Don't tell me he's about to break through? Big Lon and Little Lon both cried out softly. The presence that permeated the surroundings made them tremble, making them feel pressured for no reason. Walala! The 8 ancient runes evolved, grew, and rearranged themselves, repeating the cycle again and again. He didn't know when, but an unfamiliar energy aura began to draw closer and closer in the void. The unfamiliar presence of energy was difficult to detect. It would flicker from time to time, but it would vanish in an instant. Has he really pried into my true self? Dongli Chingching stared at the tall figure in the sky. Her azure eyes rippled, flickering with ripples. Although Dongli Chingching had already reached the level of nirvanic rebirth, everyone's true self was different, and everyone's path was different as well. She was unable to understand. However, Dongli Chingching could also sense that perhaps he had already pried into his true self. Regardless of the final outcome of this secluded cultivation, it was enough for him to take another huge step forward and ascend to a more substantial level. Chapter 1646. At this moment, Du Xiaofu seemed to be oblivious to everything around him. His mind was completely immersed in some kind of comprehension. After entering the space of the God domain, Du Xiaofu had been immersed in comprehending the life-saving talisman. He had comprehended the life-saving talisman and also the 8 ancient runes. He tried again and again, but failed again and again. However, Du Xiaofu continued to comprehend time and time again. To Du Xiaofu, this kind of comprehension was somewhat illusory and unfamiliar, but he could feel its existence. It was like air. It could not be seen or touched, but it truly existed. Walala! The 8 runes alternated and changed according to the arrangement of the 8 runes. At times there were 64 runes, and at other times there were 8 runes. This caused the surrounding space to change. It was as if everything in the universe was changing at the same time. Du Xiaofu was immersed in it. He was deducing and comprehending. A rain of light poured down, and the ancient runes flickered. The unfamiliar aura around Du Xiaofu became thicker and thicker, lingering in the void. As time passed, the aura that emanated from Du Xiaofu's body also gradually increased. Waves of energy rippled out from Du Xiaofu, bringing with them the dazzling radiance of ancient runes. They were like waves of light as they spread out from Du Xiaofu's surroundings. There was even a faint rustling sound. The unfamiliar energy also began to follow Du Xiaofu's aura and endlessly enter his body. In the end, the 8 ancient runes lingered around Du Xiaofu, turning into an octagonal pattern that was neither round nor square. This octagonal pattern seemed a little illusory as it enveloped Du Xiaofu's body and slowly filled the surrounding void. Lightning filled the air, mist filled the air, blazing flames rose, and violent winds howled. There were a myriad of changes. Du Xiaofu's aura continued to rise, and the unfamiliar aura of heaven and earth around him became thicker and thicker. 2 days quietly passed while he was comprehending. What exactly is he doing? Big Lon, Little Lon, and the woman surnamed Su were watching from afar, their eyes rippling. He's ascending. He must have comprehended a great benefit, the woman surnamed Su said. The ancient cave was surrounded by faint lightning bolts. Boom! Suddenly, on this day, dark clouds silently surged out from this area of the sky. Winds rose and clouds surged before lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and a strand of boundless might seeped out from above the 9 heavens. In the sky, a tall and straight figure quietly appeared. Lightning radiated from his body and covered his entire body. Purple electric arcs rippled from his body and carried a murderous aura. It was a handsome middle-aged man. His hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were slightly closed. His face was strong and handsome, and he gave off a powerful and domineering feeling. A terrifying and powerful aura spread out from his body. What happened? At this moment, the living beings within a radius of thousands of miles were also affected. They watched from afar, and then figures were attracted over like bolts of lightning. In the sky, above the head of the handsome middle-aged man, there was a divine ring that resembled a divine fire. It was filled with heavenly might. 1 ring, 2 rings, all the way until the 8th ring. When the 9th ring slowly formed above his head, a golden beam of light came from above the 9 heavens and enveloped his body. Rumble! At this moment, the heavenly sound rumbled and resounded in all directions. The handsome middle-aged man was dazzling with lightning. He was absorbing the power of heaven and earth from the golden beam of light. He was refining his body and refining his primordial spirit. Rumble, in the sky, the mighty thunderclouds were still gathering, causing the surroundings to be dark. It made people's hearts tremble. Crackle, finally, the dazzling bolts of lightning began to descend from the thunderclouds. It was as if a thunderstorm had begun to descend. When this thunderstorm descended, it shone in all directions and could pierce through space. The vast power was like destruction, but it did not destroy everything. Instead, it turned into mysterious runes and formed a mysterious force that rushed in all directions. That's a grand supreme nirvana. He's a grand supreme nirvana. Supreme thunderstorm, this is a great opportunity. Don't miss it. Yes. This is an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Someone recognized the supreme thunderbolt rain and immediately rushed out, fighting for the best position so that the supreme thunderbolt rain could enter their bodies. Roar. There were also demonic beasts that roared and immediately transformed into their true forms and rushed into the supreme thunderstorm. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. The handsome young man stepped on the void, his entire body connected to the golden beam of light. He was dazzling and filled with lightning. A supreme being was in the sky. Boom! The rain of light poured down, and the sky above the abyss that was filled with ancient runes suddenly trembled. What's happening? At the same time, Big Lon and Little Lon cried out in surprise, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, they saw the abyss rise into the sky. The sea of clouds churned, and the thick fog fluctuated. From above the 9 heavens, a dazzling light descended like a sun. This dazzling light was accompanied by an extremely vast aura that spread out from above the void and spread throughout the entire divine realm. Walala! The light shone like holy light, pouring down from the heavens. An endless and unfamiliar aura spread out. There was no thunder and lightning, no endless heavenly music. There was only holy light that shrouded the entire void. There was not much sound, but it made one's soul tremble. The holy light enveloped Du Xiaofu, and the two were connected, becoming one. At this moment, the 8 runes around Du Xiaofu turned into 64 ancient runes, completely forming an octagonal pattern that seemed to have materialized. The horizontal surface of the pattern appeared above the void. The octagonal pattern formed, and on it were wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and stars. They rotated and alternated with each other. There were also countless beasts that leaped from the pattern, roaring silently. Rumble! At this moment, when the octagonal pattern was formed, the entire space of the divine domain trembled violently. At this moment, all the living beings in the space of the God domain were greatly affected. Boom! An invisible energy shot up from the octagonal pattern, resonating with the holy light that descended from above the 9 heavens. At this moment, the pressure of the world rippled in the void of the abyss. That pressure can't be resisted. In the distance, Yunmu, Dalan, Xiaolan, and the woman surnamed Su felt their bodies go limp under this soundless pressure. They couldn't help themselves and directly knelt down on one knee. Their eyes were filled with shock, and even their origin spirits were trembling. The invisible pressure descended silently, like the wind and clouds, but it just so happened that they had no chance to resist at all. They had to bow down in worship and reverence from the depths of their souls. Otherwise, they would be crushed by the might of the heavens. At this moment, the 7 divine rings of fire appeared above Dongli Qingqing's head. Under the pressure of the invisible holy light, the divine rings lost their luster and dimmed, and her body trembled. This is the might of the heavens. At this moment, Dongli Qingqing's eyes trembled violently, and a dazzling green light shot up into the sky. She could no longer suppress the trembling in her heart, and even the hairs on her body stood on end. Everything was silent, but at this moment, on the Chunhuang mainland, and even above the Kyushu, the 4 seas, the Yao realm, and the beast region above the heavens, under the astonished gazes of billions of living beings, a mysterious octagonal pattern quietly appeared in the firmament. When the octagonal pattern appeared in the void, There were wind, rain, thunder, lightning, mountains, rivers, and the sun, the moon, and the stars, all of which rotated and intersected with each other. There were also countless beasts leaping from the pattern, roaring soundlessly, whoosh, at the same time. Holy light descended from the 9 heavens and poured down on the world. These past 2 days, I've been updating later and later, so I want to take this opportunity to adjust my sleep. I'll finish updating today. Chapter 1647. When the holy light shone upon the world, the octagonal pattern appeared in the sky. At that moment, there was a dark place where dark clouds covered the sun and moon. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the rolling dark clouds. In the crack, light shone, and finally, a pair of huge eyes appeared. As the pair of huge eyes appeared, evil aura came from all directions. Evil aura whistled like a gale, and black fog filled the sky. It was just a pair of eyes, but it seemed to be the most evil thing in the world. The dark golden eyes were lifeless, but as the eyes opened in the sky, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The pair of eyes looked at the void, and there was a puzzled look in its eyes. Then it disappeared. Between heaven and earth, a palace floated in midair. There was nothing holding it up, and it was like a miracle. Outside the palace, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. The plain robe on his body could not hide his ethereal aura, as if he was the ruler of this world. It has come to this step. Maybe there is a chance to succeed. The middle-aged man looked up into the sky and murmured softly. The holy light shone, and the octagonal pattern disappeared in an instant. Heaven and earth are changing, and there is a strange phenomenon in the sky. At the same time, there were ancient shadows in the void above many secret places in this world, and they were calculating with their fingers. That is the saint's aura. Could it be that someone has taken that step and is becoming a saint? The ancient shadows were shocked. Everything that happened was blocked by heaven and earth, and was blocked by the laws. Even they could not calculate it. However, they felt the saint's aura, and their expressions changed. The appearance of the saint's aura was a shocking matter since ancient times. What is that? The saint's aura is descending. Could it be that someone is becoming a saint? On the Chunhuang mainland, countless experts were stunned as well. All of them could feel an immense pressure that caused their hearts to tremble. The octagonal pattern appeared strangely, and there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. Holy light shone, but it only lasted for a moment, and then it disappeared between heaven and earth. Everything disappeared in an instant. Countless experts looked up at the void, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. That is indeed the saint's aura, but it is not to be underestimated, the old lady said, her eyes glowing with golden light. In the sky above the abyss, holy light shone brightly, as if covering the sky and the sun. The octagonal diagram in the air gave rise to strange phenomena and light surged out. That strange octagonal pattern had edges and corners and was all-encompassing. Du Xiaofu stood at the center of the 64 ancient runes that were formed from the 8 ancient runes. The ancient runes around him rippled and merged with the holy light of the void, as if they were connected to heaven and earth. Looking from afar, Du Xiaofu stood in the center of the octagonal pattern with his eyes closed. Holy light rippled around him like a miracle, but soon after, the octagonal diagram disappeared along with the strange phenomenon. Only the 8 ancient symbols and the surrounding sacred light continued to revolve around Du Xiaofu. However, the tremors in the surroundings grew more and more intense. The woman surnamed Su, Yunmu, Dalan, and Xiao Lan's aura dissipated, and they looked up at the void. It was not difficult for them to feel that within the radiant holy light there was a continuous stream of rich energy seeping out from heaven and earth. Then, it continuously surged into Du Xiaofu's body. That energy was surging, and the energy fluctuations that faintly permeated the air made one's heart tremble. All of this did not last long before quietly dispersing. The holy light and the 8 ancient symbols in the void also dissipated in the end. The surroundings of the abyss returned to normal. Only the woman surnamed Su, Dalan, and Xiaolan were left staring blankly at the tall young man in the void. They had yet to recover from their shock. A moment later, in the quiet void, a majestic aura, like a ferocious beast that had just awakened, suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body along with boundless golden light. Boom! This aura carried the sound of wind and thunder, and it instantly rippled violently. The golden light and energy ripples violently swept out in all directions, emitting a deafening rumbling sound. Screech! A screech rang out and the void trembled. From within the golden light, the enormous body of a golden-winged roc appeared in the sky. Its wings were spread out, and its entire body was glistening with golden light. Its ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire space to tremble. Screech! At this moment, the clouds were also trembling and screeching. In the surrounding earth, countless cloud-devouring wolves and shrews were letting out sharp screeches. The enormous golden-winged roc's body appeared in the sky, emitting purple-gold lightning. In the surrounding void, the strange octagonal pattern was faintly discernible. The terrifying aura seemed to cause the surrounding void to fall. What a terrifying aura! It's a world of difference compared to before. It's enough to crush people. Dalan and Xiaolan were trembling. They were unable to withstand the terrifying aura, and they fell to their knees again. They were worshipping a supreme being. He should have broken through again. The woman surnamed Su was dumbfounded. She was stunned. The Demon King was at the Nirvana stage of the Grand Supreme Nirvana stage. Now that he had broken through again, he should have reached the Nirvana stage of the Nirvana stage. True self-Nirvana was equivalent to the Grand Domain Realm, but it was something that the Grand Domain Realm couldn't compare to. At the level of Nirvana, generally speaking, even the most talented human Venerable Realm cultivator would be hindered and find it difficult to progress further when he reached this level of cultivation. However, Du Xiaofu had casually broken through. If this news were to spread, it would be shocking. Nirvana of true self, he really succeeded. Dongli Qingqing's eyes glowed with green light. A smile appeared on her shocked face. The shadow of the golden-winged roc was in the air, but it soon dissipated, leaving Du Xiaofu in the air. His battle robes fluttered in the wind, making him look like a peerless ferocious beast in human form. His aura spread across the endless sky, and the majestic aura that faintly emanated from his body could cause the world to tremble. What is he doing? He can't have gone berserk, right? Xiaolan looked at Du Xiaofu, who had once again sunk into silence, and asked softly. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not go berserk. Instead, he was peering into his own body. Everything in his body caused Du Xiaofu to be fiercely shocked. Du Xiaofu was shocked to discover that within his majestic divine watchtower, the vast and boundless profound Qi was even more terrifying than before. Compared to before, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. The purple lightning profound cauldron and the purple gold heavenly palace were currently wrapped in profound Qi. Strictly speaking, an octagonal pattern had appeared within Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. It was the octagonal pattern formed by the 8 ancient runes. The purple lightning profound cauldron and the purple gold heavenly palace were also wrapped within the octagonal pattern. Not only was the octagonal pattern rotating within the divine watchtower, it was also connected to the body and the primordial spirit. Only Du Xiaofu knew this feeling the best. It made him feel incomparably comfortable. The octagonal pattern was all-encompassing and contained a myriad of things. It slowly rotated and could give birth to endless changes. This consort has lived 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, 4 lives, 5 lives, wandering soul, returning soul. Heaven, earth, thunder, wind, water, fire, Gen mountain, Duize. This is the 8 trigrams diagram. Du Xiaofu's heart trembled with excitement and was overjoyed. At this moment, the 8 ancient talisman symbols that he had comprehended from the life preservation talisman had finally advanced a step further under his comprehension and transformed into the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams diagram came from the heavens and earth and contained many mysteries. However, at this moment, he had comprehended it and turned it from an invisible form into a tangible form in his hands. Boom! At this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly opened his eyes. Golden light shot out from his eyes and lightning surged. It shot straight into the sky and shook the surrounding space before slowly calming down. The invisible is the tangible, the 8 trigrams reveal the true self. The light in Du Xiaofu's eyes retracted as he stood in the air. He had comprehended the 8 trigrams diagram and had never thought that he would take the opportunity to step into the nirvana realm. The profound Qi within the divine watchtower in his body had surged to an absolutely vast level. The primordial spirit's body in his mind, under the baptism of the energy of the heavens and earth, also rose once again and became even more vigorous. Feeling his current strength, Du Xiaofu's heart couldn't help but tremble. He could feel that compared to before, there was a world of difference. More importantly, it was the increase in the nirvana realm. One nirvana realm was one heavenly layer. However, at the nirvana realm, if one wanted to break through, the most important thing was to comprehend it to a higher level. The power of the heavens and earth was enough to crush everything that was lacking. Chapter 1648. It's fine. He doesn't seem to have gone mad, Xiaolan said, feeling relieved. Du Xiaofu was still standing in the void, his body rippling with radiance. With a thought, ancient runes rippled around his body, which then transformed into an 8 trigrams diagram that enveloped him. This was no longer the 8 ancient runes, but a true 8 trigrams diagram. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, and Dui. The 8 directions connected with each other and transformed into a resplendent divine ring, making Du Xiaofu look like a divine spirit in the sky. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's black hair scattered behind his head. His body was sparkling and translucent, and his body was covered with purple arcs of electricity, revealing a purple-gold color. That was the manifestation of the indestructible Xian body. The golden-winged Great Ping race had refined the divine body to the true Ping realm. Coupled with the 8 trigrams divine ring around his body, the formless aura made people tremble in fear. What a strange feeling! It's fiercer than a heaven's chosen, gentler than a supreme being, but its aura surpasses that of a heaven's chosen and a supreme being, Dalan said. She could feel the aura emanating from the purple-robed man's body, which was released into the world. It no longer made people want to kneel down, but was indescribably comfortable. At this moment, she even felt that if she could cultivate by the Demon King's side, she would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. He's different. The woman surnamed Su was also surprised and shocked. Everyone could feel that the Demon King was different from the rest. The light was brilliant and the pressure was quietly released into the world. That kind of pressure was like the water in the sea, able to bear everything. When the wind was calm and the waves were calm, it made people yearn for it. The heart was vast and it could nourish all things. But if it was a violent storm, it would create stormy waves that would destroy everything. The true self, he found, is different. It's vast, too vast. Dongli Qingqing said softly. She could feel a kind of vast aura from the 8 trigrams diagram, as if it contained all things in the world. Compared to it, her true self was like a magician in front of a magician. From the 8 trigrams diagram, Dongli Qingqing could also clearly feel the incomparably domineering aura of the golden-winged Great Ping, as well as the aura of thunder that could kill the world. Walala Du Xiaofu formed the 8 trigrams diagram, which lingered in the air. Upon closer inspection, there were 64 positions in the surroundings, which converged to form a diagram that was incomparably complex and profound. The place where Du Xiaofu was at was like a concentrated point. In the 8 main positions, strands of natural energy were gathering and surging towards his body. They could nourish his body and warm his primordial spirit, flowing endlessly. It's so comfortable. It's endless, as if it's inexhaustible. Du Xiaofu was shocked and puzzled. Within his 8 trigrams, his physical strength and primordial spirit strength were endless. Within the 8 trigrams, it was like he was in his own world. He could control everything. This feeling was similar to when a cultivator at the martial domain realm released his ultimacy and enveloped the void with his own domain realm. Within one's own domain, everything was under one's control. Among the domain realm experts there were initial domain, sealed domain, great domain, bounded domain, and so on. Every increase in domain realm meant an increase in one's comprehension of ultimacy and comprehension of heaven and earth. The power one could control would also be greater. It could be said that a domain was also a heaven. However, Du Xiaofu felt that his 8 trigrams diagram was obviously more complex and profound than those of the domain realm experts and other supreme nirvana realm experts. The 8 trigrams diagram could connect heaven and earth and contain all things. It was like a small world or even a small universe. I'm looking forward to this battle, Du Xiaofu said. The 8 trigrams diagram disappeared from his body. His eyes were suffused with a purple-gold light. At the same time, fluctuations began to appear in the desolate ancient space, not far from Dongli Qingqing. Then, 9 figures flew out. They were the successor of the great snow mountain, Lian Qingrong, and her 8 maidservants. Du Xiaofu had broken through and reached the Nirvana realm in 2 days. Adding the 10 days in the desolate ancient space, Lian Qingrong had been in the desolate ancient space for exactly 1 month. At this moment, Lian Qingrong was in the sky. White light surged around her like a white sun. Ice and snow filled the sky and shrouded the abyss. Lian Qingrong had been severely injured for only 1 month. At this moment, it seemed that Lian Qingrong had completely recovered, which was both shocking and astonishing. 1 month's time is up. Fight, Du Xiaofu said. His battle robe fluttered. At this moment, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He was looking forward to this battle to verify the results of his comprehension. Fight. Lian Qingrong's eyes were filled with white snow. She looked at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, she suddenly felt a kind of vast aura. It seemed that this kid had changed again in a short time. It was as if he had ascended again. Fight. However, Lian Qingrong was not afraid. She had never been afraid. In an instant, her fighting spirit surged. In the depths of her eyes, there seemed to be glaciers moving. On her white battle robe, there were some runes that swept out. It was as if white snow was falling from the void around her. Her whole body's aura began to flourish. Whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the 8th maidservant's face was rosy. After a month of recuperation, she had recovered a lot. At this moment, her beautiful figure was continuously retreating. They had already seen the battle between her master and the Demon King. With their cultivation and strength, even if they joined forces, they would not be affected at all. Putting everything aside, the Demon King was indeed incomparably terrifying. Let's start. You shall submit. A purplish-golden light flowed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. She stretched out her hand. Resplendent purple flames rolled out, turning into a gigantic purple flame demonic phoenix in the air. It swept towards Lian Qingrong. The blazing aura that filled the sky whistled. It could destroy everything. With Du Xiaofu's current cultivation, the purple flame demonic phoenix's terrifying blazing aura was accompanied by the supreme beast's aura. Purple flames rolled out, dazzling and shocking. It was as if a gigantic purple flame demonic phoenix had been born. It was incomparably real. Its power was completely different from before. Lian Qingrong's expression changed. She could feel the former's tyrannical strength. She exerted all her strength. An ice dragon was like a living creature, it roared and collided with the former. Ah! The battle between the dragon and the phoenix created a blazing hot and icy cold battle. The surrounding void exploded and collapsed. The entire abyss was trembling violently. Ice Dragon battles the sky. Lian Qingrong exerted all her strength. She directly activated her martial veins and covered her body. It was as if she was wearing a battle armor. An ice dragon circled around her body, crossing the void. Her fist was like a dragon coming out from the deep sea. The cold ice covered the void. The white runes were like white snow pouring down, bright and dazzling. Rock Chaos Shattering Claw. Du Xiaofu attacked. His body was covered with thunder veins. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Purple lightning raged. He stretched out one of his claws, which tore the void apart, revealing 5 pitch-black space cracks. Lightning and golden light surged. It was as if a purple-golden rock had flapped its wings and soared into the sky. It was as if a purple-golden rock had appeared. The two of them attacked. At this moment there was no testing at all. They already had a certain understanding of each other. They attacked with all their strength. And in this battle, Lian Qingrong went all out without holding back. She could not lose. Du Xiaofu did not think of losing. He had already stepped into the nirvana realm. At the same cultivation level, he could crush everything. Qi La. The claw print collided with the cold ice. The golden-winged rock collided with the ice dragon. It was torn apart in an instant. The ice dragon showed fear in its eyes. After a short stalemate, it was already vulnerable. Deng deng. The purple-gold thunderclaw print scratched the martial veins and talismans on Lian Qingrong's body. Her body was directly shaken back. Her eyes, which were like moving glaciers, were suddenly filled with horror. Qi. With the rock traveling 10,000 miles and the wave-like free steps, Du Xiaofu's figure quickly arrived in front of Lian Qingrong, who was shaken back. Accompanied by the roar of the void, lightning flashed and thunder roared. His momentum was incomparably overbearing, looking down on everything. Howl! The roar of the dragon and the roar of the elephant came out. Du Xiaofu's overbearing fist wave blasted out. The surrounding void collapsed in a straight line. The fist fell on Lian Qingrong's body with an overbearing momentum. The terrifying energy turned into ripples of strength, qi, and talismans, like stormy waves, suddenly swept out in the void. Bang bang bang! The monstrous energy burst out in an instant. Waves of extremely terrifying energy storms blew up the surrounding abyss rock. The cliffs shook and collapsed. The rock walls cracked and spread, and the earth showed a ravine as if it was destroyed. Bang! Lian Qingrong's body was directly blasted into the abyss rock wall. Young master! The 8 maidservants were shocked. She was blown away after just one exchange of blows. They had never seen their young master in such a sorry state. Rumble! Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Inside the abyss rock wall, there was a divine light sweeping out. The rocks exploded. In an instant, the entire abyss trembled and collapsed. The visual impact was shocking. 6 divine rings were in the sky. Lian Qingrong's figure rose from the collapsed abyss rock wall, shining brightly in the sky. How could he be so strong? Lian Qingrong's face changed color. She looked at Du Xiaofu in disbelief. She really felt the former's strength. It had only been a short month since she was healed, but he was completely different from before. Could it be that you only have this little bit of strength? If that's the case, then you should surrender earlier, Du Xiaofu said with a smile in his eyes. At this moment, he felt as if he could move mountains and overturn seas with a raise of his hand. It made his whole body feel indescribably comfortable. Lian Qingrong did not say anything. Her eyes were cold. She waved her hand and the supreme power was condensing. Immediately, the cold energy rose sharply and pierced through the sky. Her entire body was covered in snow-white symbols. She used the supreme power and everything she comprehended to form a supreme fist. At this moment, Lian Qingrong's hair danced in the wind. The hair in her head also turned snow-white. Her figure took to the sky and blasted out a fist. That rolling cold energy and supreme power surged like a tide, turning the void into a pitch-black void. That fist was incomparably dazzling and suddenly appeared on Du Xiaofu's chest. Boom! This fist exploded and directly crushed Du Xiaofu's chest. The supreme power poured out in torrents and was incomparably vast. Bang, 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 bang. That terrifying power swept out. The void behind Du Xiaofu's body exploded and collapsed. Chapter 1649. Zizi, the purple-gold electric arcs on Du Xiaofu's body were surging. His body was pushed back a step by Lian Qingrong's fist, but his foot stomped on the void behind him. The void under his foot was immediately frozen, and he immediately stabilized his body. But Du Xiaofu was unaffected. Electric arcs were still fluctuating on his body. His body was translucent, revealing a faint purple-gold color. His eyes were filled with a faint smile, and the corner of his mouth was curled into a smile that was not a smile. How can he be so strong? Lian Qingrong was shocked, and his eyes trembled fiercely. Not good. In the next moment, when Du Xiaofu's mouth curled into a smile that was not a smile, Lian Qingrong's expression suddenly changed, and his figure rapidly retreated. But it was too late. Du Xiaofu's figure rushed out, and his fist had already landed in a flash. Bang! A muffled sound like thunder resounded on Lian Qingrong's body. Lightning surged, golden light exploded, and the void behind Lian Qingrong's body continuously exploded. But Lian Qingrong was unable to remain unscathed like Du Xiaofu. The runes on his body were shattering, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Ice Sky Storm Fist. Ice Shattering Mountain Foot. Lian Qingrong was not a weakling. He was one of the few experts in the entire divine domain. At this moment, he knew what was best for him. He did not care about the injuries on his body, and did not continue to retreat. Instead, he forcefully counterattacked with all his strength. Rumble, fists rained down on Du Xiaofu like torrential rain. Footprints could shatter the void. Along with the terrifying ice chi that could freeze the void, Lian Qing's attacks landed on Du Xiaofu's body one after another. He did not believe that his opponent's body had reached the point of being indestructible. This was a true confrontation of strength, and he was going all out. The supreme power surged, and Lian Qingrong's comprehension condensed. His attack was fierce and violent, and it was earth-shattering. Come on! Du Xiaofu did not advance, and instead retreated. Using the immortal Xian body to fight against the golden-winged rock's divine body was the best defense. At the same time, one punch for another, one kick for another, Du Xiaofu fought in the most direct and barbaric way. With their cultivation and strength, the speed of the battle was as fast as lightning. In an instant they had collided dozens of times in succession. The void collapsed, and a large number of energy runes swept out. The surrounding abysses exploded one after another, and crushed stones were swept up into the sky. This scene was too terrifying. Everything was razed to the ground, everything was destroyed, everything was sealed in ice for 10,000 li, its aura devouring mountains and rivers. Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the two of them collided with each other. In the end, they were stuck together like gangsters fighting. They shattered the void and scattered the clouds. The two of them fell into the abyss together from midair, and rushed out again as the rocks turned into powder. They crashed into the rock walls and the towering trees and peaks in the distance. They fought until the sky turned dark, and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. In the distance, Lady Su, Big Lan, Little Lan, Yun Mu, and the others were already trembling with fear, their faces filled with shock. The 8 maidservants were even more shocked. Not long ago, they had seen with their own eyes that when facing their young master, that demon king Du Xiaofu could only contend for the sake of the child and was suppressed to a disadvantageous position. But they didn't expect that not long after, their young master was already completely suppressed. At this moment, their young master had already used his supreme power, and that demon king hadn't used his supreme power yet. This also meant that their young master had already used his full strength, and that demon King Du Xiaofu hadn't used his full strength, yet he was still suppressing their young master. This reversal was too fast. Rumble, the abyss collapsed, and the two of them rushed out again from the shattered rocks. PFFF, PFFF, in midair, Lian Qingrong spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was filled with shock, and she retreated rapidly, wanting to shake off Du Xiaofu. Bang bang bang! In midair, Du Xiaofu followed her like a shadow. Under rock of 10,000 miles and rippling carefree steps, his speed was enough to crush the former. Several consecutive fist prints rushed out again, directly blasting the former from midair into the abyss. Not good, young master is no match. Seeing this scene, the 8 maidservants' complexion turned pale, and their delicate bodies trembled. When Lian Qingrong rushed out from the collapsed abyss again, her hair was disheveled, her white battle robe was ragged, and the corners of her mouth were stained with blood. Her complexion had completely changed, and her eyes seemed to have a sky full of snow pouring down, and glaciers moving. Nirvana of true self. At this moment, Lian Qingrong finally knew that Du Xiaofu had stepped into the nirvana of true self, but she really couldn't understand why that guy could easily break through in such a short time. The speed of the breakthrough made her feel shocked. What made Lian Qingrong even more shocked was the former's strength. Originally, she had thought that perhaps she couldn't deal with that guy at the same level. But now, that guy had just stepped into the nirvana of true self, and she was already at the peak of nirvana of true self, but the result was that she had been firmly suppressed. To put it bluntly, she was simply being trampled. Such a result proved that it could make her heart tremble. Du Xiaofu stepped into the air, looking at Lian Qingrong. At this moment, there were some traces of blood on the corners of his mouth, but compared to Lian Qingrong, it was unknown how much better he looked. It's really comfortable, my whole body is comfortable. Du Xiaofu stretched, and the surging Xian Qi in the divine watchtower was released. Although he had suffered heavy blows repeatedly, it didn't affect the immortal Xian body greatly. Instead, after the soreness, his whole body was indescribably comfortable. Is this the power of nirvana of true self? Du Xiaofu clenched his fists slightly. The feeling of being able to move a vast amount of power with just a raise of his hand was a great temptation to cultivators. Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "In such a short time, you have already stepped into the nirvana of true self. You really surprised me. At the same level, you will no longer be my opponent. Surrender. With your talent, with your identity as the successor of the great snow mountain, I will not wrong you. This is my promise to you, and also my respect for the great snow mountain. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely help the great snow mountain to reappear in the world," Du Xiaofu said seriously. This was his respect for the great snow mountain, and for Lian Qingrong herself, with her talent, she should also be valued. Lian Qingrong's eyes moved, and she seemed a little surprised, but then she smiled faintly. Even if she was incomparably embarrassed at this moment, she was still so proud and majestic. She said softly, "You are very strong, and have exceeded my expectations time and time again. You have surprised me, but if you want to really do something to me, I'm afraid it's still not certain." Puff, when her voice fell, Lian Qingrong's hand seals changed rapidly, accompanied by a mouthful of blood essence from her mouth, and intertwined with the mysterious runes on her body. Boom! In an instant, the aura in Lian Qingrong's body skyrocketed. Under many surprised gazes, the mysterious runes on Lian Qingrong's body changed, like snow swirling in the sky, and above the void, instantly turned into a huge snow mountain giant. The snow mountain giant stood tall like an iceberg, and a bone-piercing cold aura filled the air, and a terrifying aura shook the void all around. This was a kind of secret technique, and also a terrifying technique. The entire abyss and the strange ancient forest around it also quietly turned into glaciers in an instant, and everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness. So cold! The sky was full of snow, and everywhere was turned into glaciers. Big Lon, Little Lon, and the woman surnamed Sue were trembling all over. They used all their strength, but their chi was also unable to stop the terrifying cold aura. Suppress! The Snow Mountain Giant shouted, and the 6 divine rings above its head shone brightly. The cold aura erupted, and its power skyrocketed in an instant, causing the surrounding void to be full of cracks, and suppressed Du Xiaofu. Then you can try the 8 trigrams. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head, and with a thought, ancient runes suddenly rippled from his body, and then turned into the 8 trigrams in the void around him. When the 8 trigrams appeared, the void suddenly trembled. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Kan, Li, Zhen, Dui, the 8 directions were connected, and turned into a bright divine ring, spreading out in all directions. Roar! On the 8 trigrams, there were the cries of thousands of beasts, lightning descending, golden-winged rocks flapping their wings, and the evolution of mountains and lakes. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning alternated, the sun, moon, and stars changed, and the mountains and rivers moved horizontally. When the 8 trigrams appeared and enveloped the surroundings, the 6 divine rings above the huge Snow Mountain Giant's head suddenly began to dim, as if they would be extinguished at any time, not daring to compete. At this moment, the huge Snow Mountain Giant's eyes trembled, as if glaciers were cracking and icebergs were falling. The entire void rippled invisibly, and with Du Xiaofu as the center, the 8 trigrams spread out for thousands of feet. Du Xiaofu was like a holy spirit in the sky, and that invisible aura made people tremble in fear. Upper Kun and Lower Li, earthly fire bright destruction. Du Xiaofu spoke, and a strange hand seal condensed out. At the same time, the 8 trigrams changed, and a vast pressure appeared in the void. Suddenly, from the void, lightning stars and rolling flames descended, as if they were destructive, enveloping this part of the world. Rumble! The entire void boiled, and the heaven and earth were resonating. The heaven and earth were also vast and turbulent, and the bright runes were like the sea, surging with stormy waves. At this moment, the huge Snow Mountain Giant was crumbling inch by inch under that terrifying power. Puff puff, Lian Qingrong's figure appeared from the crumbling Snow Mountain Giant, and blood was spurting out of her mouth. The white runes on her body were also crumbling, and her flesh was bleeding profusely. She fell to the broken ground below, and her hair was messy. Her white battle robe was stained with blood, and her eyes were bloodshot. Above the void, Du Xiaofu pointed at Lian Qingrong, and his eyes were purple and gold like lightning. He looked down and said, "You lost." Chapter 1650. Lian Qingrong raised her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. Deep in her eyes, she was at a loss. Even when she met those evildoers of the same generation, she had never been defeated. At most, they were evenly matched. The only way to determine the winner was to fight to the death. But now, the young man in front of her was just a real young man. She was defeated in a very embarrassing way. Master, the 8 maidservants came to the front of Lian Qingrong, and their faces were a little flustered. I was indeed defeated. Lian Qingrong's pale face showed a little smile. This kind of smile was bitter and strange, and there was a little loneliness in her eyes. Remember, you are already my person. If you agree to bet, you must accept defeat. You should surrender. Du Xiaofu's figure fell in front of Lian Qingrong. After his voice fell, he stuffed a few elixirs into his mouth and slowly walked to the side of Dongli Qingqing, looking calm. The level of true self, Dongli Qingqing smiled, but at this moment there was still a little shock in her eyes. She was very nervous about the battle between him and Lian Qingrong and did not have much confidence. It was not that she did not have confidence in Du Xiaofu, but she was very clear about how strong Lian Qingrong, the successor of the Great Snow Mountain, was. It was not easy to really defeat her. At this moment, she was relieved and shocked by his terrible strength. The nirvana of true self is the same as you. Du Xiaofu nodded with satisfaction. The nirvana of true self increased the strength by a lot, and there was a world of difference from the original. Dongli Qingqing smiled helplessly. She knew very well that they were both at the level of true self recently, but the best result for her in front of Lian Qingrong was to not be defeated. Compared with the guy in front of her, she was absolutely not enough. Squeak, in the distance there were strange squeaks of the cloud-swallowing wolf shrews. Master, there are many people coming. Do you want me to do it? Yun Mu suddenly came to the side of Du Xiaofu. There were many people coming here. It doesn't matter. Let them come. Let's see if there's anyone we know, Du Xiaofu said. Although the thick clouds in the surroundings had been dispersed, the clouds in the distance had yet to disperse, preventing primordial spirits from prying. In this ancient forest, the cloud-swallowing wolves and shrews were much more sensitive than cultivators. Whoosh whoosh. Not long after, many figures flew over, and many vast auras fluctuated. After those figures landed, they began to size up their surroundings. They looked at each other in dismay and were on guard against each other. Du Xiaofu's eyes swept across the area. He did not recognize anyone. They should be cultivators who had lost their way in this ancient forest. The commotion caused by the previous battle must have attracted them here. Who knows how to get out? Step forward, or I won't go easy on you. More than 10 silhouettes descended, glaring at the crowd with ferocious gazes. Judging from their auras, they were all demonic beasts. We don't know either. We've been lost here for a few days. We still want to go out. Someone spoke up. They were not afraid of those demonic beasts. There were quite a number of human cultivators around as well. Do you know how to get out? Did you get some treasure just now? You'd better call it out, or else. A leading demonic beast stared at Du Xiaofu, Lian Qingrong, Dongli Qingqing, and the others with ferocious gazes. The threat was self-evident. You're courting death. Yun Shru was furious. Her eyes were filled with killing intent. She would not be suppressed in here, but those demonic beasts would still be suppressed. They could only reach the beast region. However, those demonic beasts did not know Yun Shru's identity. When they heard her, their auras surged. Ferocious auras swept out, and their ferocious eyes stared at Yun Shru. Yun Shru, leave some corpses intact. I want to eat meat. I'm tired from the battle just now. I need some nourishment, said Du Xiaofu. Yes, master. Yun Shru nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately pounced forward. Bang bang bang. Roar! In an instant the demonic beasts roared. Muffled explosions of energy rang out. However, it did not take long for the huge corpses of over a dozen demonic beasts to be laid across the chasm. They did not even know what kind of existence they had provoked before they were killed by a mere follower. Gulp gulp, many figures in the surroundings were stunned. They immediately retreated and gasped, not daring to approach. Sizzle sizzle. Not long after, the aroma of barbecued meat filled the air. The smell of barbecued meat made one drool. It smells so good, Yun Shru drooled. The expressions in the eyes of Su, Dalan, and Xiao Lan had already betrayed them. However, not far away, Lian Qingrong and the 8 maidservants' expressions did not change much. The successor of the Great Snow Mountain seemed to have not recovered from his defeat. He was in a daze, looking into the distance. The wounds on his body had not been treated. The 8 maidservants followed closely behind him, not daring to say anything. Do as you please. After a while, Du Xiaofu said to Su, Dalan, and Xiaolan. He was already wolfing down the food without holding back. It had been a long time since he had a good meal. Dongli Qingqing was already very familiar with the food and did not hold back. The fairy-like woman was now tainted by the world's smoke and fire. Dalan and Xiaolan looked at Su, drooling. Su also could not hold back. After the 3 women took a small bite, they did not pay much attention to their image. It tastes good. Do you want to try? Du Xiaofu came to Lian Qingrong's side. He gnawed on the barbecued meat hanging from the branch in his hand and handed a piece to Lian Qingrong with one hand. Our young master is not tainted by smoke and fire. It will harm his cultivation. a maidservant said to Du Xiaofu. Her tone was full of hatred, but it was clear that she was also afraid. However, as soon as the maidservant's voice fell, Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu, who was eating meat, with a bitter smile. Then she reached out and took the barbecued meat in Du Xiaofu's hand. She opened her mouth slightly and took a small bite. Her expression immediately changed. The taste is indeed not bad. It would be better if it was accompanied by some wine. Unfortunately, I drank all that I had on me, Du Xiaofu said. Wine? I have some on me. Lian Qingrong reached out and took out a white jade wine jar from her qiankuan bag. She tore open the seal and the wine fragrance filled the air. It was definitely not an ordinary wine. Du Xiaofu did not hold back. He took it and drank it in large mouthfuls. Then he was surprised. This wine was even better than the one taken out by the rebel father, Jialo Changtian. He said, "Good wine. The best wine I have ever tasted. It is ranked second." Impossible. This wine was brewed by the ancestors of my snowy mountain, using 10,000 years of snow and a secret recipe. It has been buried underground for at least 5,000 years. In the mortal world, it would be difficult to find an existence that can be compared to this wine. Lian Qingrong was moved. She did not believe that there was wine in the mortal world that could be compared to her wine. In terms of taste, it is indeed number one. However, for me, the best wine is the wine I drank with my drunkard father. The taste is not much, but it is very tasty. Du Xiaofu looked into the distance with a faint smile on his face. He then handed the wine jar to Lian Qingrong and said, "Do you want some too?" Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu, shook her head, and said, "No need, I still have some." With that, Lian Qingrong took out another jug and drank it in big gulp. "The taste is not bad. You can try it." Du Xiaofu turned around and said to the 8 maidservants. The 8 maidservants were moved. The fragrance of the meat was really irresistible. They all looked at Lian Qingrong. "Go and try it. The taste is indeed not bad." Lian Qingrong turned around and said to the 8 maidservants, "Yes, young master." The 8 maidservants nodded. Only then did they leave. "How did you get the divine thunder cauldron?" Looking at the back of the 8 maidservants, Lian Qingrong asked Du Xiaofu, "If I say that the strongest cultivator gave it to me, would you believe me?" Du Xiaofu smiled. Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu for a while and then nodded. She said, "I believe you." "Then you won't feel wronged if you submit to me," Du Xiaofu said. "The catastrophe of the world is coming. According to the legend left behind by my master, you must gather the 9 cauldrons in order to have a chance to resist the catastrophe. Otherwise, this world will cease to exist and become a land of demons." Lian Qingrong looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "There are still 8 divine thunder cauldrons whose whereabouts are unknown. You must find them as soon as possible." Du Xiaofu was silent for a while and then asked Lian Qingrong, "Do you know what it means to gather the 9 cauldrons and command the 9 clans?" Chapter 1651. The 9 great families should be the current 9 great families: Yin Yang Zongheng, Nong Mo Mingfa Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism, and thousands of schools of thought. Only the 9 great families are still in existence. Rumor has it that as long as you gather the 9 great lightning cauldrons, you can command the 9 great families. Lian Qingrong said, "Gather the 9 great lightning cauldrons, you can command the 9 great families." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. It was not much different from what he had imagined. Command the 9 great families, they were indeed the current 9 great families. "I'll submit to you, but I have to make it clear. It's just me, not the great snow mountain. If you want me to humiliate my sect, I'd rather die." Lian Qingrong took a sip of wine with a determined expression. "I understand." Du Xiaofu nodded. Above the Chunhuang mainland, people were still being sent out of the divine dominion by the life-saving talismans as usual. However, the number of people was still decreasing. "Old ancestor, this is bad. We've encountered Du Tingxian. He's killing legalism in there." Those who were brought out of the divine dominion by the life-saving talismans were brought to Li Chunfa, Qin Tianshi, and the other elders. Their eyes were trembling with fear. You. What did you say? Du Tingxian? Did he recultivate? Li Chunfa, Qin Tianshi, and the other legalism experts were shocked. Gongsun Hua and many other experts from the school of vertical and horizontal also looked over. Not only did Du Tingxian recultivate, but he's also achieved nirvana of the Grand Sovereign. We're no match for him. The legalism disciple was on the verge of tears. Facing Du Tingxuan's massacre, they were too miserable. He was lucky to have a life-saving talisman. Many people who did not had their life-saving talismans destroyed directly. What? Nirvana of the Grand Sovereign? Nirvana of the true self? Say that again. Li Chunfa's expression changed. He could not believe his ears. Nirvana of the Grand Sovereign? Did Du Tingxian succeed? The school of vertical and horizontal, the dragons, and the experts nearby all had sharp ears. They immediately heard the words, and their expressions changed. Old ancestor, that Du Tingxian is really a nirvana grand supremacy. It's too terrifying. He has killed many of our people. Many of our protectors and elders have been killed. We are no match for that Du Tingxian. He is on a killing spree, showing no mercy to us. He even threatened to make us pay the price for legalism when he comes out. After being yelled at by Li Chunfa, the legalism disciple was still in a daze. His heart still had lingering fear, and he was on the verge of tears. His entire body was trembling. Du Tingxian, that bastard, really succeeded. When they heard this, the expressions of the elders from the legalism school changed. Their eyes all turned blood-red, and the expressions of the people from the school of vertical and horizontal were not any better. A father and son grand supremacy, and Du Yunlong and Yi Piaoling, that kind of junior supremacy. What a desolate country! That Du Tingxian is worthy of being the demon king's father. What's the use of his son? As expected, his father is not bad. He crippled his own cultivation and recultivated in the divine domain. What kind of perseverance and determination is this? He did not disappoint the heavens. A nirvana grand supremacy, reaching the heavens in a single step. It's over. Legalism is really miserable this time. In an instant, many experts in the surroundings began to discuss. They were deeply shocked. Chi, the divine domain was once again filled with a rain of light. In an instant, many figures descended. Among these figures were the disciples of the legalism school of vertical and horizontal, as well as many demon beasts and flood dragons. When these figures appeared, their hair was disheveled, and their eyes were lifeless. It was as if they had not yet reacted. Old ancestor, this is bad. The 18 celestial generals and Du Yunlong are together. They are working together to kill us, the people of the school of vertical and horizontal. Old ancestor, this is bad. Du Yunlong and the 18 celestial generals are slaughtering us. Someone said to Li Chunfa, Qin Tianshi, and the others in a trembling voice. Old ancestor, Du Yunlong and Yi Piaoling are attacking us dragons. A flood dragon said to Long Ting with a pale face. Bastard! When these voices were heard, the experts and ancestors of the legalism school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons all roared in anger. This is too tragic. Yi Piaoling and Du Yunlong plotted against us, and led us into a desperate situation. Many people from our 3 families were killed. A woman cried. She had a life-saving talisman to escape the calamity, but others who did not have life-saving talismans were completely killed at this moment. The school of vertical and horizontal, dragons, and especially the experts of the legalism school of vertical and horizontal, had ashen faces after their anger. They originally wanted to completely kill Du Xiaofu and everyone around him in the divine dominion space, and ruin the fortune of the small desolate country. However, they never expected that in the divine dominion space, not only Du Xiaofu, But all the young people of the desolate country were like dragons in the four seas and tigers in the forest. Each and every one of them was incomparably terrifying. On the contrary, the people of the three families were like sheep in front of them and were killed one after another. At this moment, the three families were not just injured, but their foundations were damaged. Their hearts, livers, spleens, lungs, and kidneys were injured. Where's Qin Wudi? Where's Gongsun Wuji? Where's Long San? The experts of the legalism school of vertical and horizontal, and the dragons were unwilling to accept this. They still had peak experts inside. They were the most important people they had sent into the divine dominion space this time. I haven't seen them. I'm already thinking of ways to find them, but I don't know where they are. Uncle Wuji is in seclusion. He hasn't come out yet. Someone spoke up and informed the elders. Quick, do your best to find them and inform them to come out. Quick! An elder shouted. Right now, only Qin Wudi, Gongsun Wuji, and Long San could stop Du Yunlong, Du Xiaofu, and the others. Otherwise, the three families would truly be wiped out in the divine dominion space. It's over. If the disciples of the legalism school of vertical and horizontal do not seize the opportunity this time, it will affect the fortune of the legalism school in the future. Think of a way. We must think of a way. Otherwise, the fortune of our three families will be affected for countless years. This loss is too great. We must think of a way to stop all of this. The demon king and his son must not be left alive. The desolate country is already fully fledged. We must cut off their wings. Otherwise, when they come out, they will be a huge problem. Qin Tianshi, Gongsun Hua, Long Ting, and the others had complicated expressions. They looked at each other and discussed telepathically. At this moment, the situation was critical. The three families had almost lost a generation in the divine dominion space. Do you feel it? The seal on the entrance to the divine dominion space is weakening. My dragon soul has tested it. It is much weaker than before. Especially after the strange phenomenon earlier, the seal on the entrance to the divine dominion space weakened even more. If it weakens a little more, we may have a chance to enter. Long Ting's voice was transmitted to Gongsun Hua, Qin Tianshi, and Li Chunfa's ears. Hearing this, Gongsun Hua, Qin Tianshi, Li Chunfa, and the others were all secretly shocked. Their eyes lit up and brightened. The rise of the desolate country is unstoppable. It's too strong. There are only a few supremes. The father and son of a supremes are too terrifying. The surrounding experts were still discussing in secret as they sucked in a breath of cold air. The desolate country was indeed too strong. A family might not necessarily have a supremes, but the desolate country had a few. In the desolate country, there were still quite a number of young demonic beasts that could look down on their peers. A large group of young demonic beasts at the level of beast kings. Once they matured, they would become a truly terrifying force that could contend with any of the 9 great families. Qin Tianshi, Li Chunfa, and the others don't know what color their intestines are now. The Du family has 3 supremes now. It's hard to say if there will be more supremes in the future. It's said that Du Yu, Du Hao, and Du Shui are all extremely powerful. Some patriarch-level experts gasped. They were shocked by the desolate country. The Du family only has 2 supremes? You're underestimating the Du family. Old man D. Pai of the farmer's family said secretly, his eyes revealing a faint smile. Others might not know, but the farmer's family knew that the Du family had more than 2 Nirvana supremes. They knew that the Du family had 1 more supremes, who was not below the demon king. Bang, 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 in the divine dominion space, in a deep valley, the sound of energy was endless. Blood dyed the valley red. It's too terrifying. The 18 celestial guards, Du Yunlong and Du Xiaoman, are massacring. They're specifically targeting people from the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. It's fine as long as the others don't provoke them. Outside the deep valley, Many creatures had gathered and were discussing spiritedly. They were all shocked by the scene. Inside the Divine Valley, there were many figures attacking and massacring. Before long, over 100 people and many huge demonic beasts were slaughtered by dozens of people. Those dozens of people were Du Yunlong and the 18 celestial guards of the desolate country's peak peers. They shocked the surrounding creatures. "Don't come over. If you kill me, my school of vertical and horizontal will not let you go." Inside the deep valley, the last disciple of the school of vertical and horizontal was limp on the ground. He no longer had a life-saving talisman. He was moving back quite a bit, dripping with blood. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear. His whole body was trembling. "So what if you're from the school of vertical and horizontal? Kill." Yi Piaoling attacked. With a finger, faint black xian qi surged and condensed into a fingerprint. It killed him directly, turning him into a bloody mist and destroying his soul. "Let's go. If we continue forward, we should not be far from the legendary Supreme Tomb." Du Yunlong came to Yi Piaoling's side and said, "At that time, we should be able to meet Third Brother." Whoosh, whoosh, many figures flew into the sky and disappeared from the deep valley in a few flashes. Poor legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. The surrounding people exclaimed and lamented for the legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. Under the suppression of the desolate country, these three clans could no longer hold their heads high. In the vast clouds, there were towering trees everywhere in the ancient forest. The clouds were getting thinner and the visibility was getting clearer. The influence on Xian Qi and primordial spirit was also getting weaker. "We're finally out." Many figures flew out from the ancient forest with joy in their eyes. "We've finally made it out of this ancient forest." Du Xiaofu stretched and took a deep breath. He bathed in the sunlight. It had been a long time since he was bathed in sunlight. Under Yun Mu's lead, the group safely made it out of the strange ancient forest. "Master, not far ahead is the Supreme Tomb that you outsiders call it," Yun Mu told Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1652. Supreme Tomb? What kind of place is that? Du Xiaofu asked. It sounded like an extraordinary place, so it definitely wasn't simple. It's said that it's the place where the greatest fortune is hidden, but it's also the most dangerous place in the entire divine domain. It's said that even supremes can easily be buried there, so it's called the Supreme Tomb. Lian Qingrong told Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Lian Qingrong and the 8 maidservants beside her had another life-saving talisman between their eyebrows. Naturally, they were all placed by Du Xiaofu. However, when Du Xiaofu placed the life-saving talismans for the 9 of them, Lian Qingrong, the 8 maidservants, Big Lan and Little Lan were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. "The greatest fortune, we must fight for it." Du Xiaofu's eyes were firm and resolute. Although he wasn't too interested in ordinary opportunities in the realm of the gods, it was only limited to inheritances. As for treasures, spiritual herbs, and other heavenly materials, Du Xiaofu had always been interested in them. And no matter what the greatest fortune in the divine domain was, Du Xiaofu didn't want to miss it, so he had to fight for it. "Master, from here to the sovereign's tomb, we just need to cross over the myriad beast mountains. It's only a day's journey. That place is next to the sealed land. It has quite a few demon beast experts under its command, and its cultivation base is even stronger than mine. It's already at the beast realm and is of the same generation as my father and mother. It likes to eat humans for fun, but with me here, it shouldn't be a problem for us to pass through safely. Out of respect for my father and mother, it should at least give me some face." Yun Mu said to Du Xiaofu, however, "I'm afraid that Frozen will also enter the Supreme Tomb to fight for the fortune. There are also some other monster kings here. They won't miss out on this opportunity, and have always been fighting for it. It's good to reduce some trouble," Du Xiaofu said. Although he wasn't afraid of the beast domain level monsters, It was better to reduce some trouble as much as possible. I'll go first, Lian Qingrong said to Du Xiaofu. All right, let's play it by ear. Du Xiaofu nodded. He had already discussed it with Lian Qingrong. After leaving this ancient forest, they would split up to fight for opportunities and act according to the situation. It could be considered that in this god domain where he had many enemies, there would be a secret helper. Maybe it would have an unexpected effect when the time came. Lian Qingrong nodded and flashed through the sky with the 8 maidservants. I didn't expect you to be the demon king Du Xiaofu. You're so powerful. Even the successor of the Great Snow Mountain was defeated by you. Xiao Lan's eyes widened as she watched Lian Qingrong and the others leave. Her gaze was filled with admiration. I already said that I'm the invincible god of war. Du Xiaofu wasn't embarrassed at all. Dongli Qingqing rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "Be careful. When we reach the Supreme Tomb, I'm afraid we will encounter people from the dragons, legalism, and school of vertical and horizontal." Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. He understood what Dongli Qingqing meant. Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, as well as dragons, there were still experts who hadn't shown up. Although most of the small fish and shrimps had been killed, those real experts still existed. Although they would be difficult to deal with if they really killed those people completely, even compared to killing Han Ningmo and the others, it would be more painful for those old guys from legalism and the others. It's good to encounter them. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Even if he encountered them in the past, he wouldn't be afraid, let alone now that he had broken through to the Nirvana realm. At this moment, even if he were to encounter the strongest people from legalism, dragons, and school of vertical and horizontal, Du Xiaofu had great confidence that he could kill them. No matter how strong Qin Wudi and Gongsun Wuji were, they wouldn't be comparable to Lian Qingrong. This made Du Xiaofu a little excited. Since he encountered them, he would let legalism and the others be completely heartbroken. Let's go. After that, the few of them flew towards the Thousand Beast Mountain. Only after crossing the Thousand Beast Mountain could they reach the Supreme Tomb. Whoosh, whoosh, after Du Xiaofu and the others left, there were quite a number of figures flying out from the ancient forest. They were all following Du Xiaofu and the others from afar. Only then could they walk out smoothly. We're finally out. Figures flew out one after another, all of them were extremely excited. The mountains were continuous and lush, but there was also a kind of vigor and vastness. Roar, within the mountains, there were many demonic beasts howling and roaring that resounded through the void. This is too much. These ancient demonic beasts are too presumptuous. Humph, do they really think we're easy to bully? They're not putting us in their eyes at all. At the edge of the mountains, there were many ferocious demonic beasts that were entrenched in a straight line. Their huge bodies were like mountains that were lined up neatly. These demonic beasts looked ferocious with ferocious eyes. Their mouths were filled with the smell of blood, and their auras were extremely powerful. Thousands of figures gathered in the surroundings, and there were even many demonic beasts. However, at this moment, they were all blocked outside and couldn't take half a step forward. These thousands of figures weren't afraid of the ancient demonic beasts. They were all in the early stages of the martial domain realm and beast domain realm. They were stronger than the ancient demonic beasts. They didn't dare to take half a step forward. Instead, they saw many demonic beasts and human corpses hanging on the towering trees. Although the demonic beasts guarding the mountains weren't too strong, they knew that there were top experts of the ancient demonic beasts in the depths of the mountains. The many corpses hanging on the trees were proof. They were killing one as a warning to the others. Too presumptuous. This is simply bullying. Many people were furious and eager to give it a try. However, not many people dared to rush forward. They were furious but also fearful. That white-robed youth was too strong. He forced his way through. If we knew, we would have followed him. I don't know what happened. The Myriad Beast King is inside. Maybe that guy has already been killed. It's rumored that the myriad beast king likes to eat humans. The stronger they are, the more he likes to eat them. Some people were discussing. Not long ago, a white-robed youth and 8 maidservants ignored the demonic beasts and forced their way through, killing many demonic beasts. However, they were hesitant at first and didn't dare to follow. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel regret. However, some people were still hesitant. The myriad beast king was inside. Maybe that white-robed youth had already been killed inside. The myriad beast king liked to eat the flesh of human experts the most. The myriad beast king has given the order. If you want to go, find the demon king Du Xiaofu first. Otherwise, don't even think about taking half a step past the myriad beast mountain. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. A demonic beast spoke. His voice reverberated in all directions. It was deafening. Bastard, where are we going to find the demon king Du Xiaofu? So what if we find the demon king Du Xiaofu? Legalism, school of vertical and horizontal, and dragons. So many people have died. That demon king Du Xiaofu is not someone we can provoke. Some people were filled with hatred. These ancient demonic beasts wanted to find the demon king Du Xiaofu. However, the demon king Du Xiaofu was definitely not someone they could provoke. Swish, swish, in the distant sky, several figures flew down. They were Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, Yun Mu, the woman surnamed Su, and the others who came out from the ancient forest. There are so many people in front. Are they waiting to deal with you? The woman surnamed Su looked at Du Xiaofu. She knew how many enemies Du Xiaofu had. She couldn't rule out the possibility that the demon king Du Xiaofu had lured them here. I don't have that many enemies. Du Xiaofu curled his lips. Miss Su might be right. You have a lot of enemies, especially here. Dongli Qingqing said to Du Xiaofu. She was already very familiar with the woman surnamed Su and the others. It seemed that it was easier for women to get to know each other. There was a smile on her fairy-like face. They seemed to be the subordinates of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu is the one who sealed the mountain. Yun Mu said. She recognized the many demonic beasts that occupied the mountain from afar. She also revealed a puzzled expression. Logically speaking, Du Xiaofu shouldn't have offended so many people who came in. Once these people rebelled, Du Xiaofu would have to pay the price with the help of some powerful people. Didn't I say they aren't my enemies? I don't provoke any hatred. How could I have so many enemies? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. However, after a while, when Du Xiaofu approached the crowd, he heard a lot of discussions. His expression was no longer good, and his face immediately turned gloomy. Demon King Du Xiaofu. That's the Demon King Du Xiaofu. Following the appearance of Du Xiaofu, there were over 1,000 people who were blocked in front of the myriad beast mountain. Someone immediately recognized Du Xiaofu. That Demon King's ferocity was something that no one could forget after witnessing it. Swish, swish, when someone recognized the Demon King Du Xiaofu, a group of gazes fell on Du Xiaofu and the others. Chapter 1653. It really is the Demon King Du Xiaofu? More people recognized the Demon King Du Xiaofu and cried out in surprise. Many cultivators who did not recognize the Demon King Du Xiaofu also looked at him curiously. Especially some of the women, who were surprised. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, who was rumored to be even more ferocious than the demonic beasts, did not seem to be as ferocious as the rumors said. Instead, he looked quite decent. However, when these women saw Dongli Qingqing, they were all overshadowed. They could not even feel jealous. Young Hall Master. A figure flew out and landed beside Du Xiaofu with a surprised look in his eyes. He was rather excited and surprised. There were only 2 people who flew out. They were Tao Yu and Wuma Xing from the 7-Star Hall. They hid in the crowd. There were only 2 of them, and not many people recognized them. You guys are here too? Seeing Tao Yu and Wuma Xing, Du Xiaofu was also surprised. Seeing that Wuma Xing and Tao Yu did not have their life-saving talismans on their foreheads, he frowned slightly. We were defeated by the school of vertical and horizontal ones. When we came in again, we were separated from everyone, Wumashing said. Young Hall Master, the Myriad Beast King in the Myriad Beast Mountain ahead, has sealed off the mountain. He said that he would only let everyone pass if he found you. That demonic beast is very strong, and no one is a match for him. Only a few people have passed through the seal, but I don't know if they are alive or dead inside, Tao Yu said. Hearing that, Yun Mu's face changed. Then, he said to Du Xiaofu, Master, do you want me to go look for Xingfeng? Maybe it will save us some trouble. No need. We will go in directly. I want to see who is looking for me. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness. He did not know Xingfeng. At this moment, Xingfeng was looking for him everywhere, and even sealed off the mountain. Du Xiaofu did not think that things were as simple as they seemed. Then, Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, and the others approached the Myriad Beast Mountain. The people around them made way for them. The woman surnamed Su, Big Lan, and Little Lan weren't worried in the slightest. Even an exalt like Lien Qingrong had been defeated. Coupled with Dongli Qingqing's presence, why would they fear those ancient demon beast descendants? Human, do you want to die? When they saw Du Xiaofu and the others approaching, one of the snake-like demonic beasts in the lead opened its mouth. Its scarlet tongue flicked in and out as it stared down at Du Xiaofu. How dare you stop me? Yun Mu walked out and glared at the snake-shaped demonic snake. He growled and spat out his rat fangs. His gaze was cold and terrifying. Wolf Shrew King. The snake-shaped beast recognized Yun Mu. It was a little scared, but then it said, The Myriad Beast King has ordered that no one can step into the Myriad Beast Mountain. Wolf Shrew King, if you want me to go, I don't think the Myriad Beast King will stop you. But the human beside you can't. Do you really want to stop me? Yun Mu's face turned cold. This is the Myriad Beast King's order. Wolf Shrew King, do you want to provoke the Myriad Beast King? The snake-shaped beast shouted. With the Myriad Beast King behind it, it had nothing to fear. Squeak! Yun Mu let out a sharp squeak. The sound wave affected the primordial spirit. Its figure flashed out in an instant, turning into a white mist electric python. A terrifying power rippled out. Chi-La, when the snake-shaped beast moved, it was too late to dodge. The defensive rune on its 7th inch was torn apart. The indestructible scales were torn open, revealing a bloody hole. Bang bang, Yun Mu's body drilled out from the other side of the snake-shaped beast. In the next moment, the snake-shaped beast's body shattered inch by inch. It was killed by Yun Mu. Following Yun Mu's sudden attack, many demonic beast descendants in the surroundings roared. The sound shook the void, and countless demonic beasts moved sideways. However, these ancient demonic beast descendants were all afraid of Yun Mu. However, these demonic beasts were not afraid of Du Xiaofu, Dongli Qingqing, and the others. They directly pounced at them. Du Xiaofu's face darkened. With a wave of his sleeve, waves of golden talisman runes surged. Like a rock flapping its wings, a domineering and fierce aura erupted like a volcano, crushing and destroying everything. Bang bang bang, in an instant, many ancient demonic beast descendants were shattered. They had no power to resist. Du Xiaofu did not stop. Golden light surged and crushed everything. Wherever his figure passed, the huge demonic beasts that pounced over were killed like birds with broken wings. All of their vitality was destroyed. Some of their bodies exploded, and a bloody mist poured out. So strong. Not far away, many people's eyes trembled as they watched the Demon King crush and destroy everything in his path. They were dumbfounded. Follow. Dongli Qingqing, Tao Yu, and the woman surnamed Su did not make a move. They directly followed behind Du Xiaofu and left. The ancient demonic beast descendants in the surroundings roared fiercely. Although their intelligence was not high, they had an innate fear and did not dare to chase. Let's charge over together. Some of those who were blocked finally could not bear it anymore. Their figures flashed out, wanting to forcefully charge over and follow behind the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Naturally, they would be able to gain a lot of benefit. However, they did not expect that the demonic beasts in the surroundings would quickly surround them. In an instant, they were surrounded in the middle. A woo! Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, a shocking battle was unavoidable. They immediately collided. However, the people and some demonic beasts who were blocked did not suffer any losses. They even had the upper hand. However, many of the ancient demonic beast descendants did not have any intelligence, so they trapped them without any fear of death. Whoosh whoosh, in the mountains, several figures turned into rainbows and flashed across the sky like lightning. There is an icy aura. That guy Lian Qingrong has made a move here. In the air, Du Xiaofu said. He felt that there were traces left behind by Lian Qingrong. There were many demonic beast bloodstains and corpses around. From the traces, they were killed not long ago. The corpses were also frozen. There was no doubt that it was Lian Qingrong and her maidservant who made a move. Did that guy really submit to you? He originally wanted to make Miss Qingqing his maidservant. Xiaolan said. He actually dared to touch my woman. Naturally, I can't let him go. However, after beating him up, I have vented my anger. I believe that he will not dare to do it again. Du Xiaofu said. Lian Qingrong was the successor of the Great Snow Mountain. The Great Snow Mountain was the follower of the Dragon God and the master of 3,000 worlds. He had to give some face to the Great Snow Mountain. After beating Lian Qingrong up, he did not hold back. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Dongli Qingqing did not say anything more at this moment. Anyway, she was already used to him calling her his woman. Moreover, in Tianhuang mainland they were indeed together. Although that was an accident, it could not be changed. She also did not regret it. At this moment they met again and walked together. As for what would happen in the future, she could only take one step at a time. She did not think too much about what her master had said to her before. Along the way, they encountered some demonic beast corpses from time to time, which allowed Du Xiaofu and the others to move forward very smoothly. With everyone's speed, 6 hours later, an exceptionally huge mountain appeared in front of them. The mountain was strange. It was surrounded by lush green, but the mountain was covered with rocks and was dark in color. The mountain peak towered into the clouds, looking imposing. The mountain was majestic and majestic. Master, in front of us is the lair of the parallel seal. It is also the only way to pass through the 10,000 Beast Mountain. There are many ancient formations and dangerous places in the surrounding mountains. This path is the safest, but it has always been occupied by the parallel seal. Yun Mu stood in front of the majestic mountain peak and said to Du Xiaofu from a towering mountain peak opposite it. Roar! Just as Yun Mu and Du Xiaofu were standing on a mountain peak, a roar suddenly sounded from the dark mountain peak in front of them. Roar! Soon after, the space in that area trembled, and the roars of quite a number of monsters swept out from the towering mountain. The tremors caused the entire space to tremble, and huge rocks crumbled and tumbled down from the mountain. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Who dares to trespass? You're courting death. There was a furious roar that sounded like thunder, as if it had been greatly provoked. Rumble, after which many demonic beasts swept down from the majestic mountain peak in an overwhelming manner. In an instant, they covered the entire sky like a dark cloud as they moved horizontally over. In the lead was a huge demonic beast that was extremely strange. It was shaped like a swine and had 2 heads. Black runes flickered all over its body, and it emitted a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Beside that strange demonic beast was a ferocious bird that looked like a pheasant. It flew with its whiskers and spread its wings like a butterfly's. It could tear through space. There were pitch-black spatial cracks at the edge of the bird's wings. It would probably collapse space with a light flap. Roar! A deafening dragon roar sounded in all directions. A hornless dragon hovered in the air, its body floating in the air. Huge waves rippled in the surrounding space, and its aura was monstrous. The auras of these 3 demonic beasts were especially terrifying. Behind them were many demonic beast experts, many of whom were even at the sealed domain level of the beast region. The parallel seal, Dang Hu Chi Dragon. When Yunzhan saw the 3 demonic beasts with extremely terrifying auras, his face instantly turned solemn. 3 demonic beasts at the great domain level. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the 3 leading demonic beasts in front of him. He could feel the monstrous aura coming from them, and his eyes were filled with surprise. They were actually demonic beasts that had reached the great domain level.